is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
What a wonderful day to roll in. A great Wednesday. You know who's with us. She's backstage right now. I'm going to bring her forward. It's the one and only, the wonderful, the immaculate, the splendid Jill Colton. How are you doing, sister?
Good, thank you. How are you today?
Wonderful, and we can hear you just fine, like we could during the sound check. So everything is fantastic. You're looking great,
I'm
and
big.
we're
I'm getting
so
big.
excited. What is going on? It happened. You're glowing. You look fantastic. Tell us about it.
That's very nice of you to say. I'm not feeling that way on the inside, but I am grateful because I am 23 weeks pregnant today.
Yes. Let's get some salutes, some 07s, quadruple 07s, and some raucous emojis for Jill and the baby that is on the way. And make sure, remember, positive energy Jill's way and prayers Jill's way for her and her baby and the physicians and everybody that's going to be participating in this process. But we're so excited for you. We were pulling for you. It was a tug of war with nature. And we're going to be talking about that while you're with us today. How exciting that this miracle is happening.
Mm-hmm. It is definitely a miracle because I'm not going to hide my age. I'm 43 years old. 43.
Young.
Yes. Young.
43 years young.
And I got pregnant naturally. I didn't use IVF. So how great is that? And I'm hoping
that is awesome.
that story can be inspirational to those of you out there who might know a woman who is struggling to get pregnant. And it doesn't really matter your age. I mean, these infertility problems seem to happen across the board, right? I know people in their early 30s struggling with infertility.
Yeah, I mean, with all it's crazy. It seems like our grandparents, going backwards, it seems like our people were more fertile by the generation. Our grandparents could just look at each other, and grandma was spitting out like 5 kids from the glands. But yeah, I mean, we have the poison. There was a case I was just reading about against, I guess it was the state, maybe at the federal level, about fluoride in the water, and they're going to have to reveal the EPA. That's what it was against. They're going to have to tell people, and they're going to have to regulate the amount of fluoride in the water. And of course, there's so many things. The vaccinations make us unwell. I think the mindset makes us unwell. You know, epigenetically, I've read over the years quite a little bit about the effects of our mindset and what we think the future, the immediate future and the interim future, what it's going to be like. And that affects us psychologically as well. And maybe if we could just take folks before we get to where you are right now, this has been a couple of years process. You've decided, you and your good husband decided you wanted another baby, and you began working on it. And what were some of the steps you were taking?
I know it sounds so funny that I have to work on it to get pregnant, but the truth is,
nowadays, yeah,
I had a lot of issues. Like I had suffered from a lot of miscarriages. So in my case, it was work, and it wasn't fun work. Trust me. It was really all about changing my lifestyle. So I think that is so important. We can talk about all of this because I have so much to say on this issue. I'm not a doctor,
cool.
But I do feel like I am an expert now. So just some history on me so we can get the whole picture. I had my first son. I had my first son when I was 37. So all those people out there that are like, you're too old, your eggs are drying up. This is nonsense. I'm telling you, I don't want you to wait to have babies, but we live in a day and age where women do wait longer. So there are going to be a lot of women that struggle, right? Because we are waiting longer. Women are getting educated. This is just the world that we live in. So we have to go with this world, right?
Right.
We can't think that we're going to go back to 1950s where women are having babies at 20. This is just not realistic. So you kind of have to get on board with older women having children. And the truth is women have been having babies in their 40s for eons. They really have been. It's only in our recent medical literature where they start to call you mature and, you're suffering from poor egg quality due to age and things like that. Because if you look at textbooks from the 70s, like you don't have to go back that far. They talk about how the hospitals were filled with women over 40 having children. I mean, this is not some new phenomenon, right?
Right.
And also you have to remember your chronological age is very different than your biological age.
Yes, that's a big one. That's a big, because sometimes people are younger in chronology, but they are older health-wise.
That's right. And you can change that. Anyone can change it at any time through lifestyle factors. And that's kind of hinting on what you were talking about with epigenetics. So anyways, back to my history. I had my first baby at 37. That was a natural pregnancy. I didn't have IVF. And then I started getting all these miscarriages. And it was a really traumatic, awful time for me. And I thought in my head, because I hadn't done the studying yet, that time was running out for me. And I really wanted to have a second child. So I went and did IVF. And, in my mind, that was the only way forward. I didn't know that there were other ways to get there, to have a baby. In my mind, I was like, I want a baby. IVF is the way to go. I don't seem to struggle getting pregnant. I seem to struggle keeping the baby.
Let me ask you before you don't lose your spot, though, but I just had a thought. And it seems that this is the case with so much of medicine nowadays, is that they want to channel you to some laboratory. They want to channel you to some pharmaceutical rather than sitting us down and talking about what we eat, how we think, what we think, and how that affects us.
100%. And that's the truth. It is a multi-billion-dollar business, IVF, and it's growing exponentially every year because more women are struggling with infertility. I don't really even like to use that word because it's kind of one of those things that can change, right? Like, I don't think you're necessarily infertile. You're infertile if you don't have a uterus and ovaries. That's if you do have these working parts, you're not really infertile. You just cannot get pregnant at this time. That doesn't mean that you can't get pregnant down the road, right?
Right.
So yes, I totally agree with you. And I was kind of in that mindset where I was like, okay, channel me right into the medical community. And, there's no guarantees with that. That's the thing. Like, I think a lot of women, myself included, you really think that, okay, I'm doing IVF and I'm guaranteed a baby. Well, that's not true. I think it's only something like 30%, depending on your age, actually, take home a baby. And that's, after rounds of IVF, right? It's not necessarily one go. Now, I did get lucky in that department. I did IVF and I got a few embryos. And I used one embryo and it worked out and I got my second baby. So in that case, I was very lucky. However, when I went to try for my third baby, I had a bunch of IVF fails. So I still had embryos that I used and now they're gone. And that's great that they're gone in the sense that, like, I tried to use them and I don't have them anymore because I did try to use them and to get pregnant. But that was, in my mind, I was so arrogant. I thought, well, I had a baby via IVF. I can have another one. Well, I had subsequent IVF fails. And that was really disheartening.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, I was like, I could get pregnant. This is easy,
Right.
And then I remember being at the IVF clinic and it was like July of last year. So 2023. And I was just like this moment or this Holy Spirit moment where I literally was like, no, you're going to get pregnant naturally, which, let me tell you, nobody believed me and nobody had faith in me.
Wow.
It was only me. I was like, I'm going to figure it out. I'm like, I went to university. I can research. I was a journalist for many years. I can figure this out. I was like, I had a baby naturally before. I can do this again. And it was like a challenge. So I didn't want to go the IVF route again. I really didn't. And I was suffering from some other health problems that I'm pretty sure were involved in me not being able to get pregnant. So I was like, I have to work on those issues first. And I was like, I think whatever I do that's going to fix those issues, and I had something called interstitial cystitis. It's like a bladder pain syndrome thing.
Okay.
And it's kind of like an inflammation issue. So, and I've had it for, I was diagnosed with it since I was 30. So kind of comes and it goes, and it's a real problem. And I think that that was really inhibiting me from being able to get pregnant. So, yeah. And I figured, okay, listen, if I can fix this problem, or at least put it into remission, I have a better chance of getting pregnant. And it turned out that that was correct.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So I, and I was really like, I was praying a lot. I was saying to God, please, like, give me the wisdom that I need to get through this. Cause it was really hard, right? You're kind of taking these blind steps. You don't really know what you're doing. Everybody has advice for you. But I didn't do it alone. I actually went to a doctor who specialized in IC, and she turned out to be brilliant. She was amazing. And she was an American. So this thing about the healthcare system here, nobody was able to help me here. But I was like, okay, I'm going to pay out of pocket. I'm going to deal with a specialist. And she was a naturopathic specialist. So she's like a clinical dietitian. She's so she's not like a typical, like, she didn't go through the Rockefeller medical system.
Right.
Yeah. So she was able to do all this testing on me, which was all individualized. And, she found a lot of kinks in my armor that weren't necessarily related to pregnancy, but of course your body, everything is kind of working together, right? So you can exactly. So, if you have an issue in this department, it could be for affecting your fertility, right?
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, that's the whole story, but we can get into details about the things that I did, because I think that it would be useful information for any woman out there struggling with infertility. I'm part of tons of these groups of, like, they're not infertility groups. They're more like, there's this very famous book. It's called It Starts with the Egg. It's like really a predominant book about changing your egg quality. Because if you go to the doctor, even infertility specialists, they will tell you that you cannot change your egg quality. This is a lie. This is a total lie. And it's amazing to me that they say that, because maybe some clinics are a little bit more forward thinking and they'll give you certain supplements that will help you. But for the most part, like, most clinics will tell you, no, your eggs are toast and you need donor eggs, or, or you need multiple rounds of IVF. And this is just not true. And
now we see that they're going to, of course, say, you need to break out your checkbook for us, and you're going to come down this path where we're going to sell you very expensive things. You were also speaking with naturopathic and online and doing a ton of research, and all of this, folks, just by the by, we need more white babies, and we need to be inoculating them against anti-whiteism. That's the thing we have to be inoculating against. But were there any zany things that you came across online with your research, like hang upside down and juggle coconuts or something weird to improve fertility, or cut the throat of a chicken? I mean, what kind of things did you come across?
No, what the funny part is that, like, all the things that you think would be insane, actually, there is some benefit. Not obviously hanging chickens upside down, but things like red light therapy. You'd be like, red light therapy. It helps a lot on a cellular level. It really does. And it's all about, like, especially when you're over 40 or you're in your late 30s, right? Struggling to get pregnant, you have to change your egg quality. So how do you do that? You have to do it on, like, a cellular level, because you have to remove oxidative stress from your body. How do you do this? Well, you have to get your mitochondria working as well as it would if you were, like, say, 25 years old, right? So the mitochondria is kind of like the powerhouse of the cell and all of this sort of thing. So you have to do the things that cut inflammation, and you have to do the things that remove oxidative stress. Those are your two big factors. So how do you do that? You do that through it's all kind of like really obvious stuff, like getting better sleep, taking the right supplements for you, red light therapy.
Right there. The right supplements for you. I think that's a really important thing, because people will open up the internet. They'll open up a book. Some of them will open up a book and they'll say, oh, you need more vitamin B, whatever, but they might not need more vitamin B, whatever. You got to make sure you have you're taking what you need and eating for what you need, right?
100%. So with me, okay, we'll get into the nitty gritty of it. I'm going to bore you a little bit here. Maybe you're a
It won't be
science nerd.
boring.
Yeah. So I did hire somebody who was a specialist who did testing on me. Like we're talking about hair testing, blood testing, all these sorts of things. And I think that that's really important on an individual basis, because what works for me won't work for the next person. So, they found a couple of things, including like I have thyroid issues. Now I knew that I did, and I was taking some iodine, but she was like, you also have an issue with gluten, right? So I had to cut gluten out completely. And also it came back that I had some lactose intolerance issues and some of the stuff like I didn't know. We're talking about on a genetic level. Like my body doesn't process caffeine well.
Oh,
It doesn't.
wow.
Yeah. And it's funny because like I struggle with caffeine, and she's like, you have to stay away from caffeine. You have to switch to a decaf, and like decaf's not good enough. You have to switch to like a water processed organic decaf. Right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Decaf coffee, I don't know if you know, is very heavily processed with lots of chemicals. So it's actually even worse than caffeine.
Whoa.
So yeah. And then it was found that I had something, food sensitivities or food allergies are a really big factor in fertility. And yeah, so I had an issue with something called oxalates. Have you ever heard this before?
I actually have read or heard that somewhere.
Well, a lot of people have issues with oxalates and they don't know that they do. What they are is a defense mechanism for plant foods. So the plant wants to procreate, right? They don't have a defense mechanism. So what they do is they release glass-like shards into your body when you eat them. So things. Oh
my gosh.
That's right. I know, right? So things like spinach,
Popeye's food. Oh my God.
Yeah. So when these women are juicing and they're drinking these green drinks, they're actually doing a lot of damage.
Wow.
So kidney stones are the number one cause of kidney stones is things like tea and nuts, which have the highest level of oxalates in them.
Wow.
Yes. So I had a problem with that. It was found in my urine and bloodstream. So I had to remove them from my diet. This is very difficult to do. A low oxalate diet is tricky. But I started to feel better. I was like, holy shit, like I feel way better. All of that bladder pain I was suffering from, it suddenly went away, Wow. Yeah. Wild, right? And a lot of people don't know that have joint pain, and the joint pain is typically oxalate driven. Even things like breast cancer there's a lot of oxalates involved. Wow. Yes. Oxalates are a really big deal. Some people have issues with something called salicylates. They'll have histamine issues. So you really have to find out what's causing inflammation in your body, because that doesn't just pertain to fertility, right? It pertains to diabetes or cancer or any of these chronic illnesses that turn into horrible, debilitating illnesses. So, so that's good news. If you're a guy and you're like, well, I can't get pregnant, but I have this joint pain. Well, maybe Jill solved it for you. You never know.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking as you're talking, I'm like, I got to head to the naturopath and make sure. I mean, because you think about it, you could have been on a lifetime of dealing with this ache and this pain, and it's just part of life. And it's actually something specific that you address, and then that's gone. Your life is better.
That's right. The thing is, it's an ongoing-ish thing, right? Like, unfortunately, you can't just change your lifestyle temporarily. Your lifestyle has to change permanently. Right. And this can be difficult when you have to remove foods from your diet permanently. So tomatoes, I love tomatoes. I can eat fresh tomatoes, but I can't eat tomato paste or tomato sauce. So think of how many things I can't eat, right? You're talking about pizza, you're talking about lasagna, you're talking about pasta, and I can't have gluten. So it's like, shit, what can I eat, right?
Right.
So, I mean, you can have it once in a while, but you'll get a setback. So while I was trying to, because in the back of my mind, I was like, okay, I'm also trying to get pregnant. Like, I was really disciplined. pregnant with this.
Right.
And by the way, it took me less than 4.5 months to get pregnant.
Wow, that's fantastic.
I know, I'm 43 years old, right? What does that tell you? It tells you that my chronological and biological age were not representative of each other, right?
Right.
So I'm obviously much younger on a cellular level because I worked on my health, and it didn't take long, right? You have to also remember that your body is always trying to come to homeostasis. Your body is always trying to heal itself. Your body is always, every single moment of the day, your body is healing itself. So if you have a chronic illness, you have to remember that there are ways that you can heal yourself. Your body wants you to do so. And it's giving you symptoms to tell you something's not right. So I was getting major symptoms to tell me that it wasn't right. And I knew my body wasn't that healthy because I was having miscarriages. So, so other things that I did is like they tested me for something called glyphosate. Glyphosate is a big deal. Crops being sprayed with chemical toxins, especially in the United States. Glyphosate is like in everyone. Mold toxicity is in a lot of people. But the thing is with glyphosate is if you switch to organic foods, it will go away. And I know this because people will say, well, organic foods, that's just a bunch of nonsense. But the truth is they tested me before I started eating organic foods and then after. And the difference in glyphosate went right down.
Wow.
It clears your body very quickly, unlike oxalates, which don't. It takes time. So I basically had to put myself in an elimination diet, no dairy, no sugar, no white anything, no gluten. So I was eating a lot of grass-fed beefs, organic chicken, farmer eggs, all that stuff because it doesn't have the antibiotic count. And then I started taking a lot of supplements. And so just so you know, the supplements that you need, really, this is just generally speaking for anyone that wants to get pregnant, there are certain supplements that you want to take. Number one is you want to get a lot of vitamin D. Like you really want to be in the sun. They'll tell you, oh, the sun is so bad for you. That's bullshit. The sun is like the best thing in the world for you. And a lot of women in North America are vitamin D deficient because they don't get enough sun in the winter. So you have to supplement, and you have to supplement a lot. You have to get like something like 8,000 milligrams.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, in the winters. And then what else did I take? I took something called ubiquinol. And you're like, what is that? Ubiquinol is like the best thing to take if you want to improve your egg quality. It's CoQ10, but it's the active version of it. So I have this genetic mutation called MTHFR. More than 50% of the population has this genetic mutation. If you have it, you struggle with detox problems. So did you know this? Sidebar. 90% of children who have been diagnosed with autism have the MTHFR gene.
Really?
Yes, because they are not able to detox properly.
Wow.
Some of these children have multiple polymorphisms in their genetics, which means that they have a double dose of MTHFR. So I have it, which means that I only detoxify at a rate of 60 to 70% of somebody who doesn't have it. If you have double, you're only detoxing 30%. So think of how it's like getting clogged up, right? Your body is clogged up of all of this junk that it needs to get rid of on a day-to-day basis.
And what is it called again?
It's called an MTHFR gene mutation. It's a big deal. And so they will tell you if you're pregnant, hey, take folic acid. Folic acid is a synthetic folic acid. It's not natural, right?
Right.
It can actually cause miscarriages in women with MTHFR.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a big deal. You need to know if you have it. You also need to know if your child has it, because children with it are not, you shouldn't vaccinate them. Again, I'm not a doctor, but you know.
It's your opinion.
It's my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're allowed to have it. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not a doctor. Okay. Don't listen to me in any way, shape, or form. These are all my opinions.
Me either. So
I heard it once on the radio, so I'm just repeating what I heard.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
And okay, so what else? What is another thing? Oh, NAC. I don't know what it stands for. NAC is another supplement that you want to take. Fish oil, you want to take that. And what else did I take? I wrote this down because DHEA. So DHEA is kind of like something that is kind of controversial, I guess, in the States. I don't know. I mean, the States is so cool because you can just, dial in, like at least in Florida, you can get a hold of a nurse and they'll just write you a prescription. You can't do that in Canada. But I think it's a prescribed thing, DHEA. I might be wrong, but here it's not. In Canada, it's not. You can just buy it over the counter. And it basically, it regulates hormones, but it improves egg quality. And I took that. I also took like hormone imbalancers. A lot of women have hormone imbalances that they have to work on. And how do you get hormone imbalances? You get them through stress, not sleeping well, not eating well, glyphosate in your food, right? Like this is the stuff you were talking about at the beginning of the show when you said like they're poisoning us. They are. And this will be leading into the future. This will be more and more of a struggle for women to get pregnant because all of this affects fertility. It really does. So it is very important, even now, because the soil is depleted of minerals, essential minerals and vitamins. You need to supplement. Like, even if you don't want to get pregnant, if you're a guy, whatever, like you need to supplement to some degree because you're not going to get the same nutrients from the food as you would have, say, 15 years ago.
Right.
Because they have depleted the soil, right? And this is all done on, I don't know, is it done on purpose? I don't know. That's up for debate, but they're doing it. So,
Right.
Anyways, if you change your eating and you supplement a bit, you'll see how much better you feel. I felt so great. I lost weight. I wasn't even trying to lose weight. I was a small person to begin with. I lost weight. Everyone was like, Jill, your skin looks amazing. I was like, I don't know. I'm healthy on the inside.
Yeah.
I was sleeping better. I had so much energy and it happened very quickly. It only took about a month for me to see dramatic changes. And then of course I had like, a pretty good exercise routine. Like you definitely have to move. You have to move your body. You need the circulation. Like the blood circulation is so important if you want to get pregnant. So I was doing weight training and I was walking. I was in Florida at the time. So I was getting so much sunshine. I was getting day sunshine and like dusk sunshine, which you want to do. You also want to take off your sunglasses so you get the penetration through your eye of the sun directly. It's really important. Like that's how a lot of people get vitamin D deficient because they wear sunglasses all the time, right?
Yes.
I know all these little tricks, right? All this little stuff. It matters. Yeah. Oh, and the other big thing I did, which I would recommend to anyone, is fasting. So I started. Yes. Okay. So fasting is hard, but it is literally a godsend. I'm pretty sure this is why all the major religions have people fast. Because it is so good for you on a cellular level. I started fasting once a week for 24 hours based on the recommendations. Yeah, but then I got hardcore because my doctor was like, no, listen, you got to kick it in a high gear. She's like, you got to do a 3 to 5 day fast. I'm like,
what? Whoa, just water for 3 to 5 days?
Yep. So I didn't make it to 5 days, but I made it to 3 and I was such a bitch. Like my husband was like, you need to eat, man, because you are not nice. And it is hard to do. But I did, what did I do? I did, leading up to getting pregnant, I did a 3-day fast. And then I did a couple of 2-day fasts. And I got pregnant like this.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure that is what did it. So there's like a book out there called Fast Like a Girl, which I read. And it's a hormone fasting book because it says women have to fast differently than men because of our hormones. So it gives you like special days when you like in your cycle, when you should be fasting and how long you should be fasting for. Because not every month can you do a 5-day fast or a 3-day fast. It's not good for you. So you have to go in conjunction with your hormonal cycle. I don't know if that is 100% true. I did follow it. I followed it, and I feel like it worked. And what else did I do? That's pretty much it. It's a lot. Changed my life a lot. It was difficult. I also use something called a PEMF mat. I don't even know what it stands for. But again, like all this stuff is really good for anybody, not just if you want to get pregnant. If you have, like on a cellular level, if you want to cleanse your body and you want to feel better, all of this stuff is really good for you. So people with like chronic pain, people with chronic illnesses, a PEMF mat is amazing. My doctor was like, listen, during implantation period, you need to lie on this mat. It just so happens that I have a very good chiropractic friend who has one of these mats. They're very expensive, but chiropractors usually have them. And she was like, hey, listen, I'm going to Michigan for a week. You can borrow my mat. And I was like, this is the best thing ever. Like, yes. And so I was using this mat and I'm like laying on it. And again, like I don't know exactly how it works. Like I'm certainly no scientist, but I could feel it working. Like I could feel it like on a cellular level. It was so relaxing. And it was so funny because around the time that I got pregnant, I went to go see an OB in Toronto, which took me over a year to go see this person. He was a total prick. Let me just tell you. Okay. I go out of my way to go see him. And he is basically like, I walk in there because I'm like, do you think like I have endometriosis? Right. And he's like, he looks at my record and he checks me out and he's like, no, you don't have it. But he's like, you're old. That's what he says to me.
Oh, wow.
Your chance of getting pregnant is like 0%. And I said to him, I go, I know my age. Okay? I don't need you to reiterate it to me, but let's focus on what I can do as opposed to focusing on the age factor, which I can't change.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, when I have my baby, I'm gonna write that frickin' note and just be like, hey, look at me. Okay? I should be getting the big bucks. Because clearly I know what to do and you scare women. That's what you do.
Yeah.
There's so many doctors that won't believe in you.
I believe
I went through the gamut of them. I know. Nobody believed in me. That's the thing. You have to believe in yourself.
Yeah. You got to believe in yourself. And it's holistic, like you said, from the very beginning. I mean, the body it's a holistic organism to the best of its ability genetically. The blueprints, it's trying to live, it's trying to be its best, and we're poisoning ourselves. And we're getting out of our natural rhythms in the world. And I want to ask about, did you had problems sleeping? Did you correct that? And if so, how? Because I have problems sleeping.
Well, okay. So one of the things that you also want to take if you're trying to get pregnant is melatonin.
Oh yeah.
Melatonin is so good for you. And now I'm like obsessed with it. And I give it to my kids in like tiny doses. It's a supplement, guys. Don't freak out. Don't worry about it. It's totally natural. And it is it's amazing. They actually say that it helps with egg quality and it regulates sleep patterns. The other thing you can do if you want to fix sleep patterns is like, you got to turn off the blue light. Like an hour before you go to bed, the blue light's got to be off because this also has a huge effect on your circadian rhythm, right?
Right.
So I'm like a night owl. So it's really hard for me to follow my own directions. So I had to force myself. So I would take the melatonin like an hour before I would go to bed and it would knock me out. And then I would wear these blue, I know this sounds so funny, but like I'd wear blue light glasses. They were just like glasses and they would stop the blue light from reflecting. And I would be like, is this working? I don't know. But I felt better. Like I really did.
Well, so I mean, I actually have a pair.
There you go.
Like right.
So you're a nerd like me.
My problem is my problem is that I can't work well on the computer when I have these on.
No, you know what though? I got a pair that look just like reading glasses.
Really?
Yeah. So you could wear them. You just go on Amazon. They cost nothing. I got like a 3-pack for like $10. It was amazing. Okay. And they worked. Yeah.
All right. I might have to look for that then.
So yeah, people with sleeping problems, definitely I would use melatonin and I would turn off the blue light. And even an hour before you're going to turn off the blue light, I would put on the blue light glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there are some women out there like when a woman wants to get pregnant, man, she is like, whew, the things that women will do. It's wild. Like, I just respect women so much in this department because like the biological urge to get pregnant is so intense. Like a man, I don't think will ever understand it. And like, there are some women that they were like, my circadian rhythm is off. And like, they would turn off all the lights at 6 p.m. and they would just have like, you know, their blue light glasses on. And I was like, but it works. Some of them got pregnant. So I was like, who am I to judge?
The problem for me is that I'm like a
normal person. Yes.
Oh, what's that?
Abnormal
Yeah.
person.
No, I'm like a guinea pig at night, just eyes like waiting to be preyed upon by some voracious animal.
Do you get like your gust of energy at night?
Yes, and
Yeah,
then I
Me
get
too.
these. I recover like when I start getting tired. I just have always been a habit that I'm just like, it'll go away in a minute, and then it does. And I'm screwed then,
Right.
because the fatigue has gone away, and sometimes I have the issue of the fatigue but no sleepiness, and that's like they're like two different things. Sometimes they're hand in hand. So that's something that I have to work on, and this conversation is, like you were saying, the primary focus here is you can get, ladies, if you're a little older than the doctor says it's appropriate, or society says maybe you should quit thinking about it, you can make it happen. And you don't have to go the medical route way. It might work for you that way, but there are a lot of people like Jill here. So this is one of our own, actually. So somebody we personally know that went the medical route way. The medical route way didn't work, offered more medical options, more pharmaceutical options, went a more natural route, and bing, here she is. And she's healthier, and she's pregnant, and it's fantastic. But at the same time, like you're saying, Jill, this is information for all of us. I mean, we want to be around for our kids. We want to be around for our grandkids. We want to be around, certainly the thrust and purpose of this community is to be healthy, wealthy, and wise, so that we can serve white well-being for the totality of our lives, and do it in a magnificent way, the totality of the time, in a boss bear sexy way, as we like to say recently. But yeah, I mean, we have so many things that are poisoning us. And it doesn't have to be, you know, I mean, there might be some instances where there are nefarious people in powerful positions, and they're like, let's poison them. But the bottom line is, where you have like runaway, like the most important thing is cash money, and how much wealth can a person, financial wealth, can a person make, and you allow them then to pursue that with very little protections in the way, then you end up with what we have, which is all of these. We just poison them a little bit, and that's legal. And then everything we're having is poison. And at the end of the day, we end up really, really screwed up. But the good news is, the really good news is that you can address this, and you can turn a lot of it, if not all of it, a lot of it around, and have the health and be able to do the things you want to do, which might be having another baby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's great for anybody. I think that we all are on the unhealthy side. I think everybody is depleted vitamin, mineral wise, because like I said, the food that we're eating now is not the same strength as it used to be. So I don't know what the exact calculation is, but it's something like if you eat one orange and you're looking to get your, say, daily vitamin C requirement, you would have to eat like 8 oranges as opposed to 1. Yeah. So you do have to supplement, and all these things will help you in your health, and they'll give you longevity. Unfortunately, you do have to make sacrifices. So it's not easy, right?
Oh my God.
Easier to eat like crap than it is to really look after your health. And a lot of things I had to eat too that I didn't like. Like I don't like fish, but I kept being told, okay, you need fatty fish. Your genetics is showing that you're not getting enough fatty fish in your diet. I'm getting none. I thought taking fish oil was enough, but it's not. And so I started eating salmon like 3 times a week. And trust
Oh,
me,
wow.
I hate salmon. I'm not a fish eater. I had to cut
Right.
back my red meat consumption. And again, like I only ate whole foods, and I only ate like meat that came from credible sources. Like I didn't have any factory farm meat. That's a big deal because that leads to a lot of inflammation in people. Like meat is very good for you, but it's the source of the meat that matters, right? Like,
Right.
so I don't know if you know this, but so women are very prone to bladder infections in general. I think it's like the second cause of why women go to an emergency room is a bladder infection.
Wow. Okay.
And chicken, they've done studies on it. Chicken, because of the antibiotics that they're pumping into the chickens, actually causes UTIs in women.
Really?
Yes. So you have to source your chicken if you're going to eat it. You can't just eat the factory farm stuff that you're going to get at the grocery store. You got to go to a farmer, and you have to know that that farmer is not getting that chicken pumped full of antibiotics. So this is the problem with proteins, right? Like I'm all for protein. You should be eating protein 100%, but you have to make sure that you're getting it from the right places because it can be really bad for you.
And I think that's the step that a lot of us fall down is how do we really source where our meat, our vegetables, etc. How do we really source where they are coming from? I just came to mind. I saw a Purdue. They do the chicken in the U.S. Commercial, and they were saying that they don't put in the commercial, at least, no antibiotics in their chickens. Now I don't know if that's true.
You would have to check the label.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean they'll fudge words and things like that. So I don't know, but that's why I've become a very big label checker in the grocery store. I check all the labels. And it's so funny because like even things as simple as like a cake, right? You want to bake a cake. Well, what do you need to bake a cake? You need flour, you need maybe some milk, you need some eggs. Like, you don't need a lot. But when you look at, if you go to the grocery store, you go buy a cake, if you look at the ingredients, I mean, there must be 70 ingredients in that cake and it's all chemicals.
It's insane.
It is insane. And that's why it's so important that you, especially if you're trying to get pregnant, that your diet is fundamental to getting pregnant. Like you have to do a 180 on your diet. You have to be so aware of what you are eating, because you're causing so much inflammation in your body if you're eating these chemicals and these preservatives, right?
Right.
And that goes for everybody. That goes for every person. And of course, the US has such an obesity epidemic. And I think a lot of it, obviously they'll say, okay, well, these people are eating bad foods. Well, there's a lot of bad foods out there. Even things that you think are good they're bad if you don't check the labels, right?
Yeah.
And you're ingesting all of these chemicals and preservatives. And some of these chemicals can actually cause behavioral issues in children, like certain dyes, like the blue dye and the red dye, can cause hyperactivity. And it's probably not only the case for children, it's probably for adults as well. And I also want to give this little tip because I'm fascinated by this. I have hypothyroidism, which is where you have like issues with your thyroid. You can be hyperthyroid or hypothyroid. And so I think that was a really big factor also in my inability to hold on to a pregnancy. Your thyroid is so important for pregnancy. But what I realized is that I started to go through this stage of depression where I knew in my mind that I was not depressed. I was like, I'm not depressed, but I was really getting depressed. Like it was bad. And I go, something is wrong. Something is wrong with my health. I know it because I'm not a depressed person.
Right.
And I don't believe, well, I can't say that nobody is a depressed person because I don't know that for certain at all. But I knew that I wasn't. And so I got my thyroid checked out by not a doctor, because the doctor thyroid levels are always much higher to indicate that your thyroid is okay. So you have to be much lower in the scale for your thyroid to be working at a functional level and an optimal level for pregnancy.
Wow.
For example, like your thyroid should be, I think, around 1.2 if you want to get pregnant. But if I go to a GP and they test my thyroid, they'll say, oh, your thyroid's at 3.5. That's fine. No problem. You cannot get pregnant with a thyroid that high. You cannot.
Wow.
That's why you have to go to a natural practitioner who's going to understand this. So I went to one and she goes, oh, wow, your thyroid is a mess. And I was like, okay. And she put me on 4 drops of iodine a day. Jason, I swear, I took the iodine the next day. It was like I could see in Technicolor.
Wow.
I couldn't believe the difference.
Wow.
I honestly believe now that so many women, because we know so many women, especially over the age of 40, are on SSRIs, right? They're on antidepressants because they go to a regular doctor, they go to a psychiatrist or whatever, and they're like, I'm depressed. I bet you a lot of them have thyroid issues that they don't even know. Because if they went to the doctor to test out their thyroid, the doctor's going to say, hey, this is within the parameters of normal, when it actually is not. It's much lower, at least for hypothyroidism. And they would do the same with hyper too, right? So the scale is wrong. And so this is a big problem. You have all these women taking these SSRIs and they have, I believe, this is just my personal theory, I believe that they have thyroid issues. And a lot of thyroid issues stem from soil depletion, vitamin and mineral depletion, all of this sort of thing, right? So it's a natural thought. And especially because I went through it. And now I have to take iodine every day, but I have no depression. I feel great.
You've convinced me. I'm getting pregnant. I'm heading. I actually looked up a doctor in DC metro area, naturopathic doctor, a couple of maybe 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago, and I was like, I should make an appointment. I'm totally epic. I'm an epic human being, but still, I thought maybe I should, and then just have everything checked, and then maybe something, comes back, and they're like, you can be even more epic. And why not? Why not be totally epic as I can be? And so I was like, now I actually am going to call, because now I did want to mention too, I know we're starting to get short and Jill's going to be out of here in a moment, folks. So make sure that you give her some 07s and 96s out there and some Raucous emojis. And again, make sure you pray for her and the baby and send the positive energy big time. I did want to just mention about the fasting. And what I've noticed, in the past, I've done intermittent fasting, just much more basic, 16 to 18 hour. And what I've noticed is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, when the body doesn't have to process all of that food, which is a massive consumer of the energy that the body is creating, it can then tend to the injuries and getting rid of toxins and a bunch of other things that it can't normally do. One of the things that I always noticed when I would do a 16 or 18 hour fast is that my skin would look completely different. So I knew, it was just something like the dumbest of the dummy could say, oh, something happened. Something is different.
Hey, any woman that hears that her skin would improve from, refraining from eating, she's going to do it. There's no doubt. It's 100% true. So I intermittent fast naturally. Like I stop eating at 7. Obviously, when I'm pregnant, it's different. But normally I stop eating at 7, and then I don't usually eat again until the next morning, 11 a.m. or noon. Like that's what I do.
Okay.
And really, you should only be eating like 2 meals a day. Like, because exactly what you're saying, your body needs a break. It needs to be able to reset. And what happens is when you hit a certain mark in the fast of a 3 or 5 day fast, I don't know what the hour is. It might be 72 hours. I'm not sure. Your body hits something called autophagy, where it literally starts clearing house. So it really goes into this deep autophagy state where it's turning over all of the, old cells and reproducing new cells. And your whole body is basically getting a makeover. And like you said, wherever your body needs the help, that's where it will go and repair. So it is a really cool thing. Like fasting isn't easy, but you can really, intermittent fasting is very good too, right? Like you can really get into that without having to do the 3-day fast. But I would recommend, like, again, I'm not a doctor, but everybody should do a 3-day fast at least once a year. Everybody should.
And tell us mentally, how do you get through a 3-day? Now for me, like I've had to fast 24 hours, for blood work and medical procedures and things like this over the years. My body fat is probably about 8%. So it's tough. Like I start eating myself right away. Pancreas is gone. Stomach eats that right away. It's just like the rest of me is getting consumed so rapidly. Mentally, how do you approach it? And then what are some of the ways that scream at the husband or
no, yeah, like I told you, I was a total bitch. Like I was not a nice person at all. I'm a very hangry person in general. Like when I get hungry, it is like, give me food now.
Right.
I have a wicked appetite. It's actually embarrassing how much food I can eat. I'm surprised. Like, I think it's only my discipline that keeps me under 200 pounds, because I have inside of me, I have a fat girl. She's there.
Oh, that's funny.
She wants to eat. So for me, the 3-day fast was like, okay, I'm doing this because I want to have a baby. And I was so motivated. It was so hard. I did cheat a little bit in the sense that, like, you can have coffee and it's not just water. You can have some coffee. And I had like decaf coffee, and I added a tiny bit of whipping cream only, because that doesn't have any sugar. So that doesn't break your fast.
Oh, okay.
And it had a bit of fat. It has fat in it, right? So it's fuller. So I did that a little bit, and that was kind of a saving grace. There's also, you can, what is it called? It's called like fasting. It's called mimicking fasting. And there's like, if you go online, you can look it up. And because I was such a nasty woman when I was on the fast, I asked the doctor, and she was like, okay, maybe you should try the mimicking fasting diet instead, because it might work for your personality. And so I got like this kit that has, you can basically, it's like the first day you can have 1,200 calories. And then after that, it like knocks it down to 600 a day. And all the meals are kind of pre-planned for you. You don't have to buy a kit. You could probably figure it out online on, yourself. There's tons of sites dedicated to it. But it's so funny because I bought the kit and I got pregnant. So I was like,
wow,
I don't need that. It's not easy. It's really hard. And the thing about fasting that's really hard when you do the long fast is you don't sleep very well, because your body, and you already have that problem. So you're never sleeping on a fast. So just prepare yourself.
Sounds about right.
I don't know what happens, but like your body just doesn't, it like wakes up. It like gets almost like high from the fast or something. I don't know the dynamics of it, but sleeping is tricky. But it's worth it. I know you're like, what is this torture? But like, it is worth it. It is, because you'll notice how much better you feel after you do it. So I'm going to challenge you, Jason.
Challenge me to a 3-day fast.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay? Don't be a pussy. You can do 3. Okay. I did it.
Even talking about something that would be a challenge, my father he's totally hating on me right now. So I hope he's not watching.
Why?
Nothing adversely affects him. He can handle anything, even at his current age.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah. Sturdy stock, sturdy American stock, I guess. But wow. But where are you now? Now that we could just quickly get away from the challenge of me doing a 3-day fast.
I'm going to stick this to you. I'm going to ask you online a couple of months from now. Hey, did you do that fast?
I don't know. I might do it. I might. I'll check out, especially the mimicking fasting. I didn't know I could have coffee. That sounds pretty good.
You can have coffee, and again, it has to be whipping cream though, because it has no sugar. Like whole milk has sugar, right?
I don't put any cream.
Okay, so then you don't have to even have that. You can just have black coffee. That's fine.
I'm gonna disintegrate. I'm gonna look like the 90-pound weakling on the beach, just days after being totally shredded and ball spare sexy on the beach. It'll be all that's left of me.
No, you'll be fine. You could do it. And then when you when you finally break the fast, you can't have like, a horrible meal or anything like that. You have to like transition into it very slowly, because otherwise you'll get like crazy, because your stomach has shrunk quite a bit, right? So it's not like you can go mow down McDonald's after you've had it. Like, I would not recommend that. You have to kind of just ease into it. It's like you could have like have like an avocado. I made this not appealing at all. Like, nobody wants to do it after I've talked about it.
Yeah, people are now like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
I don't blame you. It's awful, but it is worth it.
You can have an avocado after 3 days of starvation. Yay. Probably though, after 3 days of starvation, you're loving the thought of an avocado.
You really are. Like, it was so funny too, because like when I cut my fast, I did do it like the proper way. Like, I had like an avocado or whatever. And then I walked out to my mom's house and she was making food, and I just went off like I was eating all this bad food. And she's like, aren't you supposed to be like working on your health? And I was like, F this. I don't care. I'm so hungry. But it did work. It did. I swear. I'm making it sound so bad, but yeah.
Well, it worked.
You should try it. I love it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe I'll ease into the water with the intermittent fasting again. I'll do a little bit of that.
Mm-hmm. You can do that. Come on, you can handle that. That's fine.
I could handle. I did. I mean, I was able to do. But yeah, the stomach shrinking, totally true. Over the years, I kept my meals small, and so it would be very easy. I would go to a restaurant. In fact, it was hilarious. I'll tell you, very, very short story. I took a date many years ago to a restaurant, and we're eating, and I got a burger, a big burger, and she got a sandwich every bit as big as the burger, and she was a little thicker, a little chunkier of a gal. And anyhow, as I'm working on my food, we're talking, I'm not paying any attention to her progress or my progress. But then I dropped my napkin and I leaned over to pick up my napkin. And when I sat back up, my eyes landed on her plate and it was empty. And I immediately looked over the table. I said, "Oh no, you dropped your sandwich." Oh my gosh.
Was there a second date or no?
No, that was she went through that thing like a wood chipper, and I still had like half a burger left on my plate, and I was full.
Honestly, that would be me probably. I especially pregnant, it's like, just give me all the food. Even my mother-in-law came over the other day and she was like, "Ooh, like how many months do you have to go?" And I was like, 4. She's like, looking big.
How nice of her.
I know. I get really big though. Like normally I'm pretty petite person. I'm only 5'3". I weigh like 120 pounds. And when I get pregnant, I put on the beef. Like I just eat. It's like my face is big and like everything is just big. And I thought, like, my mom was saying, "You're doing so well this pregnancy. Like, you're not as big as normal."
You're not as big as normal.
She saw me the other day and she's like, "Oh, I take it back." I have to put up with a lot of crap, but whatever.
I could see that. Well, that brings me to my
I'm crying over that comment you made. Oh my God, that would have been so funny. What was your reaction after?
She just looked at me with like deer in the headlights eyes when I said it. She's like, "No." I was like, "Oh no." Internally, I was just like, "Oh my God. I can't believe I just said that."
After that, she went to the bathroom and then she really left. You never saw her again.
Yeah, that's right. That was the end of that.
Where did she go?
Why
did
so she?
Funny. Thank you for the laugh.
But before we let you go, how are you feeling now? What's the moving forward? Do you have steps, things you have to do for your health, or what's happening now?
Well, this pregnancy, I've kind of said no to the medical system. I've kind of decided that I'm like, maybe I'm going to try a home birth and we'll see how that goes. Because I am wanting to stay away from the hospital. Like, obviously I'm not some martyr. Like, if things aren't working out, then I'll go to the hospital. But
Right.
I think I want to do things very differently, because this is the last baby for me, for sure. Okay. Although I believe I could have another baby based on all
at
my
this
health
point.
issues. Yeah, I know how to get pregnant, and I don't mean like obviously everyone knows I got pregnant, but I mean like for health reasons, But yeah, like I'm kind of eschewing the medical system this time around. I'm like, I turned down the ultrasound. Because the first trimester, I did a bunch of ultrasounds. I did 3 of them with the fertility clinic. So it's not like I'm totally rogue, guys. Don't judge me. And then this time around, they were like, okay, well, we want you to do the 20-week ultrasound. And I was like, no, I don't want to do it. And the look on the OB's face was like she couldn't believe it. Like I was just some renegade, who doesn't want to do ultrasound.
Maverick Jill.
Yeah. And I'm just like, she's like, what if something is... First off, I said to her, I don't want to be scared, because a lot of ultrasounds are not accurate. Like, people need to realize this. They're not that accurate. And we also don't know what it does to the baby. Like, we don't know, like when the baby moves, because this is military grade technology, right? Like, we don't know, is it upsetting the baby? Is it disturbing the baby? We don't know. Okay. Everybody kind of just takes it for granted. It's fine. It's safe. It's effective,
Right.
And I just said, I don't need it, because the last time I had one of these, they told me that my son, his kidney was too small. And I was stressed out about it for like 3 months.
Oh, wow.
And then I did the a follow-up ultrasound, and they were like, oh, everything's fine. And I was like, okay.
You were just suffering for 3 months.
With this stress for 3 months, and everything is fine. Because 20 weeks is kind of early to make any real determinations, right?
Right.
And of course, to each their own. Not everybody is going to say that they agree with my decisions and all of that. But I also remember, like, my mom, she told me, like, when she was pregnant with me, so many eons ago, that she did not have an ultrasound. Like, she didn't have any. There was no interventions. There was none of this glucose testing. There was none of these, like, swabs that they do. There's nothing, right? So I've kind of been like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'm going to go that route, because I really don't want to feel the stress.
Right.
Because I was pregnant during COVID, and there was so much stress, like unbelievable.
Right.
And I said, I'm not going through that again. Like, forget it. So I'm approaching things differently this time around. Still have a little bit of fear, but I'm doing lots of research. So my nerdy mind is researching every detail.
Well, we are so happy for you, your family. We are so excited. And I hope that you will keep it. How far along are you now?
23 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm due at the end of February.
The end of February.
Yeah.
So maybe at the top of the year, you come back, give us an update, or late December or sometime.
Yeah. I'm not going to Florida because I'm pregnant. So that was a tough call, because they're like, everyone I know is like, go have the baby in Florida. And I was like, it's not so simple to just have your baby in Florida. Like, it really isn't. Because I am not an illegal. I'm not going to birth my baby and then run out of the medical bills, right? Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be like, how much do I owe you? And like, oh, and it's very expensive. Like, if you end up with a C-section, it's minimum like $30,000 US. Yeah. And those are for, like, I have horror stories, like some friends, she had a C-section. She's an American. They had insurance, and the baby got a staph infection.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And so they kept the baby in the NICU, and it ended up being $100,000 US, and the insurance company would not pay for it. And
God.
I don't even have insurance, right? So I'm just like, forget it. I'm not. Yeah, sure, it would be nice, because we have visa, like, we're visa holders, right? So the lawyer was like, you can have your baby in the States. It's not a big deal. Like, you have an E2 visa. You're totally legal. I could be like Kamala Harris one day, my child be born, and then they can run for president, right? It would be the same. Yeah. So, but I've decided against it. I'm like, no, we're going to have the baby here in Canada. So C'est la vie. I'd love an American baby. That would be wonderful. That'd be great. But I don't think that's going to be how it works out for me.
You have a North American baby.
Yeah.
That works.
Yep. Yep. All my
Well,
friends, though, they're disappointed in me. They're like, come on, Jill, just do it. Have that US baby. Yeah.
well, who knows? There's time, and but we're going to be here for you, and we definitely want to be kept abreast of what's going on. And so excited, and thank you so much for coming on to talk about all of this. And any time you want to come on and share anything with us, even if it's just you pop in for 30 minutes or whatever, let us know. We happily will have you join us.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and hopefully the viewers were able to get some valuable information that they could pass on, because I know that it's mainly guys listening to your show, but I'm sure that they have spouses or sisters or whoever that has some fertility issues, and maybe they can share this video, because I think it would help. I honestly do, especially when you can't get pregnant and you feel it is such a lonely and horrible place, like for so many women, when you cannot get pregnant, and when you hear hopeful stories, it inspires you. So hopefully that is what I can do.
Yeah, this is a big victory story. We're very excited, and it was a absolute wealth of fantastic information. We so appreciate it. And I'm going to go ahead and maybe this week, maybe next week, I'm going to contact that naturopathic doctor, and I'll get on the path.
Good. That's great. That's awesome.
All right, Jill. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care. God bless
bye-bye.
you. Okay, bye-bye.
An anchor baby. Great bio spirit of the West just said, yeah, she could have an anchor baby. Why not? We love Jill. What a great, couldn't happen to a nicer person. And we're so pleased about that. How wonderful is that? That she's been coming here, and we've been chatting for so long. She wanted a baby, and we were pulling for her. And then all of a sudden, she's made it happen, and in a way that really should inspire, because you don't need the big bucks, you don't need massive dollars that the IVF can require, and you don't need to be able to have the best insurance to provide you with all of the pharmaceuticals that are out there, and you can make it happen. You got to address the body holistically, and you've got to clean it out. You've got to not put things into it that make you ill. But I think, more broadly speaking, as Jill was saying, beyond just getting pregnant is our overall health, how long we're going to be on God's green earth, and how many of those days are going to be healthy, enjoyable days. And that's really important to me. And I think so many of the folks in this community, we have people who depend on us. And more broadly speaking, we have a race that depends on us. We have to be optimal. We all have to be boss bear sexy and make it happen. And all of that, everything we talked about here, the fasting, the PEMF, Matt, that was something we didn't get further into. Using melatonin, blue light blocking glasses at night. No blue. My cell phone actually takes the blue light out of the screen at sunset, so I imagine it helps a little bit. DHEA, fish oil, NAC, folic acid, but not the I guess the man-made, if you will, kind, because that can cause you to lose your baby as well. Let's see, the MTHFR gene mutation, something very interesting to look into, since that undermines your ability, or maybe it's a measure of your body's ability or inability relative to others to process waste out of the cells. Very important to look into that. CoQ10, vitamin D, especially in the winter, supplementing with that. Testing with a naturopathic for thyroid issues, because your regular practitioner is going to say, if you fit within these markers, that is really just taken from samples. I've looked into that before. Different blood, different laboratories, when they're testing blood, they have different studies that they use, and it can be just of like 100 people, and they'll say, okay, this is the broad center. So check that out too. Glyphosate in the food, you want to try to get away from food sprayed in that, and that what's in you, to try to get that out of the system. Eggs and beef, you want to be eating those, but you don't want to eat them when they have been poisoned. So you got to be careful about your sourcing. Look into your food allergies. Food allergies can really cause infertility. Watch out for oxalates in your system. So oxalates can cause you to not be able to get pregnant or stay pregnant, joint pain, breast cancer. Hair and blood testing is probably something, that's what Jill had done, probably something that if you go to a naturopathic. So some serious lifestyle changes that most of us, I think, would have to look into and make those changes to get optimal results. I will say this also, though, you got to do your due diligence. Every naturopathic doctor is not going to be a magic worker or a good guy or a girl. There are shysters there as well. So they're trying to make auto payments, house payments. And when you walk in that door, I mean, my dad has it right. When a doctor orders something for my father, my dad will literally just tell the doctor, you have another, am I your next house payment? You got a boat payment you got to make? So be aware, be cynical, be aware of the motivations, do your own research. So if the doctor says, a naturopathic doctor, mainstream doctor, whatever it is, says, hey, I think you should do X, Y, or Z, say thank you, and now I'll go research that. And I'll come back and I'll tell you, maybe even talk to another doctor about it, get a couple of opinions. It's crazy to me that people will get an opinion from one doctor and then they say, okay, that's all I need. Just like one person in that field. I never do that. What's more irritating over the years has been the fact that doctors, they don't just be aware of it when you go to get the other opinions. They don't necessarily like touching or evaluating other people's patients. So if you cannot tell them, don't. Why do they need to know that you're talking to somebody else? You could say whatever the other doctor's information they gave you, you could say you got it from a doctor in the past, and that's probably the best thing to say. Because if you say you got it online, he or she's just going to disregard it. But we're here rolling in, going free. It's a glorious Wednesday. The weather was gorgeous outside here today in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor in the Potomac, and it's fantastic to see everybody. You can tag me as No White Guilt while we are together across the multitude of platforms that we are streaming on. I want to know your questions. I want to know your concerns. I want to know your statements. I want to know what you see that is going on in the world. I want you to share it so that we can talk about it and get to an edification. Homily is what I am delivering. Homilies ultimately is what I deliver here in service to white well-being. And that's why we are spiritually the strongest community, whether our participants are atheists or Baptist or Catholic or Mormon or one of the other European religions. We have the deepest spirituality because we are at the heart of creating a people out of a deracinated race. You can also financially gift while you're here. I'll be checking Cash App, subscribe star over the course of the time that we have left together. Odyssey is working today and didn't have any issues. DLive Rumble is up and working, and I will be looking for comments on the thread on Twitter, X, and also the live chat over there. I'll be keeping an eye out on that live chat. So if you have any tags, any comments for me. But what do you think about what do you think about Jill coming in here? And we'll get a look at these financial gifts shortly. What do you think about Jill coming in here and sharing this glorious news? We're going to be talking about Trump wants Nazi generals. Have you seen this? Big breaking news. And we're also going to take a look at Scott Adams and little thing that Hans the Skipper had sent to me about him speaking to something that Tucker Carlson had said. And it's worth taking a little look at because you remember Scott Adams, and he had this evolution. And I perfectly explained what it was, how it happened, and what would happen next. Do you all remember? Can I get an amen? What I said, what would happen next? A lot of predictions were made. The anti-Jews, the soy goys went after him, and they wanted him to say X, Y, Z, and the other. I said, no, this is exactly what it's going to be. And he did exactly as I said. It was glorious. We went back and reviewed that. How am I able to do it? Well, it's not just genetic. You too can predict with that accuracy by implementing the Go Free dialectic. There it is right there. We have a lexicon. We have dialectics, and they empower you. And the further you go down the road of going free, the more accurate will be your ability to predict and with the prowess of retrodiction, explain all that has come before. Talking about histamine, and I'm having some allergies. It's the time of year for that. You can also donate. You can do so at a 501c3. You can get there by one of two paths. You can go to nowhiteguilt.org, the foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. When you donate there, please tag yours truly as the source of the donation, and it will find its way to me. Otherwise, at nowhiteguilt.org, you will see the financial gift tab, and you will see 5 cryptocurrency wallets that I use, as well as a snail mail address. I see Al Robot is here. AOC is here. Dennis is here. Jay Bishop is here. Janice is here. Ivan the Horrible is here. Ivan, Cindy Ben is here. There's Franklinator. Ardent White is in the house. She says blood type compatibility is also important. Compatibility with the husband, I'm guessing. That's interesting. I wish I had seen that while we had Jill here. Maybe I'll send her a message and ask about that. Anti-Vilification League is in the house. Who else is here? Not Taken Away was here, says good night. And a good night to you. Of course, the great biospirit of the West is in the house. His crown shining, coruscating amidst the crowd. Promethean healing. He says, Promethean healing says he's done a 3-day fast. How did that work out? Did your stomach eat your pancreas? I seriously think if I did a 3-day fast, my skin, there would be no body fat, and I will have eaten probably 10% of my muscle. It would just be, I don't even know. I don't know how I could survive. My GP, she's like, your body fat is very low. She said it kind of like that. And I said, yeah, is that bad? And she said, only if you get really sick. or you're in a car accident. You need to be in the hospital. I was like, okay, well, then I'm going to leave it this way. I'm going to leave it this way. She was like running her hands over my, your body fat is very low, Jason. Max and Rob is here. You can't blame her. Can't blame her. When your balls bare sexy like this, doctor is just weighing, do I unethically and break the oath here? Justin is here. Anti-whiteout is in the house. Cass is here. Great to see you. I am composing a musical with no white guild. Says first last. It's going to be the best one you have ever composed. Nexus Moon is in the house. All right, folks. Let's get into... You can't blame her. You can't blame her. I go to the GP and I walk into I get into the room. She comes in and she's like, you're going to have to disrobe. And I said, but I'm here for an ear infection. Who's the doctor? All right. The challenges of being boss bear sexy, okay? Donald Trump. He wants Nazis for generals. Did you all hear this? Let's pull that up on the screen, and then we'll take a look at some memes. You all are very lucky because the meme machine was not working. I pull these up on IG, and IG's having some sort of an issue. It has been for a couple of weeks. And then at the last minute of me directing like really pure I will kill you sentiment, it started working. So apparently that works. Just keep that in mind. What did you do we got questions of the day. Questions of the day. I say questions. It's not just one. So you can answer both. You could answer one. It's up to you. But remember, when you answer them on whatever platform you're on, you've got to tag me as No White Guilt if you want me to see it, okay? So our questions of today are, what would you name your super yacht if you had one? Now there's in the news, some multi-billionaire pulled up a super yacht in New York, I think. Do they rarely show up there? I don't know. And it's got like 2 helicopter pads and other smaller boats that it's given birth to that are strapped to it or something. Like a disco in it. It's got to be hard. It's tough all over. You know what I mean? It's really tough all over. And what would you name your super yacht? I think I might go with Aquaholic. Aquaholic. I don't know. I don't know what I would call it. But maybe, and would you have it painted in a very different, in a very strange way? What would it look like? What would your super yacht look like? Question number 2. Which of these 2 smells are better? Now, we're not going to make this one easy, okay? We're not going to say like rotting fish and roses, okay? We're going to say, which of these 2 smells is better? Freshly cut grass or bread baking in the oven? Freshly cut grass or bread baking in the oven? What is your pick? That's really tough for me because the smell, I don't eat bread, but the smell is poison. The smell is remarkable. It's like when I was a child, before I decided to be a true man of the West and drink coffee, I loved the smell of coffee. When the parent, my father, the relatives, they would be drinking the coffee, and I would smell it, and I would say, "Oh my gosh!" And then I don't know, I might have been like 5, and I'm like, "Can I have please just like a sip, maybe 6?" And my dad said, "You're not gonna like this stuff. Go ahead." And I took a sip, and I was like, "Wow, that's piss." That is nasty. So wasn't until later, and some of you will have heard that story about how I later became totally addicted. Love the smell of bread baking, but so much of my life was spent in, especially my youth, in sports, where the freshly cut grass, the field, it meant I was a star athlete, so it meant victory to me. It meant gloriousness. It meant being carried on the shoulders of my brothers in arms. It meant grand slam home runs. It was fantastic. So it's tough. They both have a lot of meaning for me. Is that shenanigans? Oh, shenanigans. Good morning, folks, says Nat Sock India. Hello to you. A good morning in India. Cool Papa J Magic. I thought you'd be naming your yacht Boat Bear Sexy. I love it. Sweet. The great Biospirit of the West says he chooses freshly cut grass. Yes, it's more natural than the baking bread, I feel. I think I'm kind of leaning that way as well. The guy Robot says both. It's a tie for him. Archangel is in the house. Bread baking in the oven, says Promethean Healing. Loves the smell. Have you ever had positive experiences with the aroma of freshly cut grass? That might play a part in those of us who either choose the smell of freshly cut grass or the leaning in that direction. Cool Papa J Magic says bread baking. First Last says grass. Jay Bishop would name her super yacht You Yacht to Know. Shippy McShipface. Ivan. Shippy McShipface. Nice. Dennis said he would definitely name his super yacht, would not name it the Minnow. I had less energy, similar to zero carb diets. I think that's normal, though. After 2 days of fasting, your digestive system is clean and you feel very good, says Promethean Healing. Well, I might have to check it out. Western Sunrise, I might have to do it. I might have to take you all on the journey with me of starvation. Western Sunrise is with us. I think Shippy McShipface might be the winner for the super yacht name. Driving with NWG, says Anti-Vilification League. Thank you so much. Blonde hair of the kids waving out the windows in the breeze. Beautiful children he has. Beautiful children. Yes. Sons and daughters of the West. Okay, remember to tag me if you have a answer for either of the questions so that I can see. Man o' War is here. Biospirit of the West says, got sick as a child eating too much of his mother's home-baked bread. So there you have a negative association with that smell. And so definitely I could see that just off the table. White Arts Now says the super yacht would be named the Shaved Beaver. I'm sure they have a lot of that on the super yachts. there's anything they have. I'm sure there's a lot of perquisites with being filthy rich. I talk about filthy rich. That's filthy lucre. Billions of dollars. Archangel says, love the shirt, man. Flannel looks good on you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. This is literally the shirt that I did yard work in today. Actually, no, it's true, but it's not true. I started in this shirt, and then I did some work on the car, and then I had to do some yard work, and I started in this shirt. But I'm telling you, it was hot here today. So it was like upper 70s, which of course is beautiful. You don't have to disrobe like I did, but I ended up disrobing, at least the top half, because I was working in the sun, and it was hot working in the sun. Not working in the sun, it was truly glorious, wonderful day. The leaves, I love. My favorite season is autumn. It's fall. And I'm out there, and the golden leaves and the blood red leaves and the wine red leaves and the orange leaves, they're all like raining down. It's magic. The world is magic. There's a road here outside of the city that you have these older, not like since the beginning or anything, but older trees, very tall, very, very tall on both sides for a long stretch. And it's lit up. It's lit up. They're all changing. It is so glorious. And then of course you still have the different green, but you have these different shades as well that you have in the spring, but you have that mixed into all of these other, and some of the trees is really, I love it when this happens, where some of it has changed a bit and it's one intense color, and in another part a little bit, and then another part not at all. And it's like, this is the show that the deciduous world puts on for us when it goes to bed. Do you put on a show for those around you when you go to bed? Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Maybe that's just like your thing. Maybe that's your bent. You know, you're like, we did the question about the song Entering the Room. Final Countdown for me plays every time I enter a room, and then I walk in, like every room I enter. And so maybe there should be, I'm going to bed now, and the music begins playing. And you throw your cape around, and as it's going through the air, you throw a mask up in front of your face. You put on a show. That's what the deciduous forest is doing for us. And it does it every year of your life. Think about how magical that is. Never lose that sense of wonder for nature. Never lose it. When you start overlooking that, you as good as dead. The great Slots is with us. Ooh, I love Slots' name for his super yacht. Western Quickening. Oh my God, that is epic. Very cool. Yeah, first last name. Did you realize it was a pun? Of course. First last does nothing on just one level. Witty as he is a bel esprit. First last, a bel esprit in the house. I think Slots' yacht name is the best real name for a yacht. And probably Ivan's as the silliest. Probably the case. Looks like we are up and running just fine. Those are the questions. What would you name your super yacht if you had one? And which of the two smells is better? Freshly cut grass or bread baking in the oven. Let's get into this. Harris calls Trump's reported remarks on Hitler and Nazis deeply troubling. She's troubled by them. I'm troubled by her inability to cogitate, to put together a full sentence. Here's the thing also I want to mention, and I think maybe I do have a meme that speaks to it. We'll see as I work through a little bit later. But Black people, the vast majority of them, do not see Kamala as Black. They don't believe that she is Black and that she's going to represent Black people the way an actual Black person would represent Black people. And so what you're going to see, I think, is low Black turnout for Kamala, and then anything over the norm for a Republican, for Blacks, is going to be treated like the stars, the fates of Republicans have been reversed, and now the Black race is a part of the Republicans' big tent, and they're never going to speak to us anyhow. But could you imagine how much more fervently the Republicans will go after the Black vote if they get a tiny bit more on this presidential election? It'll be just absolutely disgusting. But she's just not Black. I don't care what she says about her daddy. She looks Indian, from India. That's what she looks. In fact, I saw a stand-up comedian, and he was talking about it. He's like, she's Indian. She's one of us. So, absolutely. The vice president, she seized on the reports in which John Kelly, a former chief of staff of Donald Trump, this is their October surprise. This is the limpest, most pathetic October surprise ever. I mean, can you tell that the bright people have left the house when it comes to the Democrat Party? They're clearly not engaged. It's like a carnival. It's like a Barnum and Bailey, but it's not. It's like his third cousin who's an alcoholic, and the train is chugging it all down the rails, and every car is on fire. And then the elephant is braying out into the cold night as the train chugs by, and the smoke and the fire is roiling out of it. That's pretty much the Democrat campaign this year. This is the big October surprise. What else can they say about? They held nothing back. And so now we're supposed to believe that Donald Trump, all this time earlier, said he wants generals like Hitler had. That's what he said. And you know what my genuine response is to that? If he means white incompetent, then let's do it. I'm all for it. Yes is my answer. Yes. Let's do it. Desert Fox, you're around military folks who examine battles and decisions made by commanders, and they come to some conclusions, and they have high marks for a number of generals over the years. And Desert Fox, and of course Patton, and there are many others. But I could see, white male, incompetent. Okay, I'm all for that. That's my answer, Kamala. Vice President Kamala Harris said on Wednesday that former President Donald Trump's reported comments praising Nazi generals offered a window into who Donald Trump really is. God, I wish. I wish. There's no truth to that whatsoever. They make this, guys. This is the anti-white narrative. And note well what the anti-white narrative is telling you. That if a white man is not anti-white enough and he's in charge, then all non-white people are going to suffer. That is the narrative. This is when I was in junior high school, 11, 12, and 13 years of age. I figured out that no, our well-being doesn't automatically mean that all of you suffer. And the only reason for saying that is to make our well-being immoral. It's clearly psychological warfare. So we have to do what? We have to fight back against that claim, that idiocy. We have to decry it. Instead, you have all of these people. We're doing the right thing, but you got all these people trapped in the anti-white narrative. And they're all like, how do I play the villain? Yeah, you're all going to get it. Yeah. How many normal white people have joined you absolute rejects? 0. Offered a window, calling it deeply troubling that a Republican rival had apparently, actually, when she called it deeply troubling, well, let's see down here. Maybe she's got more. Deeply troubling that a Republican rival had apparently invoked Hitler in conversation with one of his former chiefs of staff, John F. Kelly. Ms. Harris and her campaign have pounced on Mr. Kelly's comments, recounted in recent news stories and in on-the-record interviews, in the hopes that she will benefit with undecided voters and a slice of conservative-leaning ones by refreshing their memories of a Trump presidency 13 days before the election day. Well, everybody can remember the first 4 years. That's your problem, Kamala. You're making a claim about how he will behave if he's president, but everybody can remember when he was president. And none of that came true. I mean, this is why I'm saying that the intelligent people are just standing aside in the Democrat Party. The truly devious ones, they've realized they've already lost, I guess, but for the steal, right? But for the steal, they've realized they've lost, so they're just standing aside. You can't even put 2 and 2 together that you're making a claim about what he'll do as president when he's already been president. Midwits can put 2 and 2 together. They can put those 2 and 2 together. In her brief remarks delivered at the vice president's residency in Washington, Ms. Harris warned that Mr. Trump had grown increasingly unhinged and unstable. But look, I come from a middle-class neighborhood. And she said that he would require that the U.S. military be loyal to him personally, where people liked their grass green in the middle-class neighborhood, even if Mr. Trump did not obey the law during the course of a second term. Quote, it is clear from John Kelly's words that Trump is someone who I, quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, Ms. Harris says. Mr. Kelly, the retired Marine general who served as Mr. Trump's longest-running chief of staff, is one of the highest-ranking former Trump administration officials to publicly denounce the former president's character and question his ability to serve. Well, one of the things that Trump clearly has to do when he gets into office is find out who are these chiefs of staff, how do they vote? Who have they supported? How about, more importantly, how about their wives? Fired is the answer. You're fired. Samuski is here. His super yacht would be named the West Wind Voyager. Very cool name as well. C-Suite, says Mike. Cool name. Anti-whiteism ends with you said he lost 10 pounds on a 6-day fast. My God. Yeah, if I would go into cardiac arrest, probably. Quote, well, looking at the definition of fascism, it's a far-right authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology, and don't you know you're supposed to hate America? If you're in charge of it, you're supposed to hate it and destroy it. characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, close quote. My response is, yes, please. Could we have some significant doses of that from a white positive person in charge? And we will get rid of all the anti-white scum. That's what needs to be done. Mr. Kelly said, adding that those are the kinds of things that Mr. Trump thinks would work better in terms of running America. The former chief of staff said, yes, so the guy who couldn't even ban CNN from the press pool at the White House, couldn't even ban, it didn't have enough courage to ban CNN from the press pool, was going to have Nazi generals. It's the anti-white narrative. It's always fiction. The former chief of staff also said that Mr. Trump never accepted the fact that he wasn't the most powerful man in the world. And by power, I mean an ability to do anything he wanted, anytime he wanted. Mr. Kelly recounted, let's just get to the part where he says about Nazi generals. Where is that? Mr. Trump's campaign has tried to discredit Mr. Kelly, calling Mr. Kelly's account of his time in the White House debunked stories and saying Mr. Kelly has beclowned himself. Let's see. Where is the comment? I want to see the actual. In Conversation Newsmedia, Mr. Trump drew some words of support on Wednesday. Kilmeade, a host of Fox and Friends, questioned whether Mr. Trump, in fact, had known that Hitler's generals were Nazis. I don't think Brian Kilmeade is the brightest bulb at Fox. Just saying. Well, you couldn't have a worse response, Brian. That's so Claudine Gay of you. Play this out. If your general, who's your chief of staff and your secretary of defense, is not doing what you say on an everyday basis, I could see him going, I'd love generals that listened. Come on, Kilmeade. Is that the end of it? I must have gone by it. Might have to do a screen search, or maybe it's not even in this particular article. I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. People who were totally loyal to him, that follow orders. That's what Trump said. And you see how this works. You see how gravitationally, when the social morality is anti-whiteism, how gravitationally it works to the benefit of anti-whites, even though we can, as adults, impartial adults, read that sentence and know what it's too bad he didn't say he wanted white, male, competent generals like Hitler had. It's too bad he didn't say that. Clearly, impartial adults can look at this and he says, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. So what was he saying? He was saying myrmidons. He was saying people that will take orders and carry them out. Not people who will drag their feet. Not people who will hem and haw. Not people who will say, oh, no, this is impossible to do this. People who will say, that's what you want done. I will find a way to do it. Clearly, that's what Trump is saying. I would love if he were saying white, male, and competent, but he wasn't. He would probably be fine if they were hot chicks. I mean, let's just be honest. Look at his legal team. Look at so many of his advisors. How many hot women with degrees can this guy hire? I mean, I get he likes things to look nice around him. He wants the scenery. He wants nice scenery. Okay. Have them walk through the room every now and again. Get some competent white male leadership. and you will have white male results. Kind of the envy of the world because of it. No, he's clearly saying he wants people that are not going to push back, hem and haw, say it can't be done, pussyfoot around. That's clearly what he's saying. Too bad. So, what the anti-whites would have you believe, though, is Trump is Hitler. Oh, let me finish the thought, actually. So, all they have to do in the anti-white narrative is say the name Hitler. And what happens? The name Hitler is a meme pathogen. What happens for people when they hear the name Hitler? And then anything that is conflated, anything that is connected to Hitler ends up affected by the halo effect. Although I guess maybe demons don't have halo. Maybe they have thorny. No, they wouldn't have thorny ones. Maybe they have leathern ones. I don't know. Or maybe, no, maybe that's a sexual fetish. Whatever kind of halos they have. The halo effect stains the person that they conflate with Hitler. So Hitler is a meme pathogen. We've all grown up with the Hitler videos, and it's interspersed. They're forced on us. This is the new Satan. I talk about this in Crucible. In the anti-white narrative, that's the Satan. And he cared about white people. Satan cares about white people. If you care about white people, you're Satan. That's how this works. It's a battle of moralities. You can't stay in their story and win. You need to adopt the Go Free dialogic right now. So all they have to do, and when you read this, it's a real education if you're going free. You read this, them saying that that Trump mentions Hitler, and he wants generals like Hitler. Immediately you feel, where's that coming from? Immediately, all this like horror wells up. Where did that come from? Why is that in you? Why is this character from black and white footage so alive for you in this emotionally negative way? And then you can see how much of a tool that is for anti-whites and why it continues to be impressed upon white children. So they're browbeaten with it, burdened with it, poisoned with it. When you understand Hitler as a tool of anti-whiteism, and you talk about it and engage in that subject that way, you defeat anti-whites. I've done it hundreds of times. When you decide that you're going to try to redeem the reputation of Hitler, you lose. You look like a psycho, worse than a child molester. In fact, much worse, because they're normalizing that. But you look like some deranged outcast, and normal people whom we need on our side immediately reject you. So, do you want to recapture our destiny? Do you want white children to stop suffering? Or do you want them to continue suffering, and then you can say that what the revisionists have taught you is true about World War II? You don't need to get into that conversation. Getting into World War II is a conversation within the anti-white narrative. Everyone knows it from inside of the anti-white narrative. You can't rebuild it. You can't reclaim it. You can't change it. Do not engage in it. We have to speak from things from our story. We teach you how to do this in the Go Free lexicon, the practice, in a way that yields us the victory today, where it matters, where there are white people suffering. so that we can end that victimization everywhere it exists. That's what matters. And it's absolutely genius. It's boss bear sexy as well, but it's genius because the alternative is to imagine, is to be wish listing, is to imagine like a closed system somewhere else where you could take children and teach them the exact opposite of everything they've learned in the world. And this, of course, only exists in a fantasy, because as soon as those children go out into the rest of the world and they see that you told them that this character from history was God, and everyone else in the world says that that character is the devil, they're going to have a confidence crisis right there. And these people, they're just not bright enough to get it. So, good Lord willing, with these homilies, we will reach good people, smart people, talented people, resourced people, and we can build the church of white well-being, the church of white positivity, the white positive ADL. That's clearly what the world needs. Nothing else is going to work. The internet has made it not easier any longer. It's now made it harder to get attention because everybody's attention is glued to entertainers who maintain their attention by giving people what makes them ill, not what makes them healthy. So while we're being told that Donald Trump is the personification of Adolf Hitler, this is what we're actually seeing from Donald Trump. Yo, my neighbor. Yo, my neighbor. Saying it that specific way on purpose. For those who know, you know. And to Why Does It Ends With You says, does Jill have a Twitter and a YouTube? She's got both. And if you look in the description, both of the links are there for you. Yo, my neighbor. Janice is saying Westman Positivity says turn entropy on. Well, it was functioning. Has it stopped working? No, it appears to be working. Let me check. I will check in the background and see if we're having an issue. Yo, my neighbor. Nope, it's up and running. Let me know if it's still not working for you, though, because that would be bizarre. Trump team buying ads on biggest R&B and hip-hop radio stations in Philly. Look at these classy fellas. Ain't that America? Ia Soy says it's a negative halo. Thank you. Anytime anyone engages me in the WW2 conversation, my answer is always the same. I wasn't there. I don't know. And I don't care. Now, where's my sandwich? Awesome. Samuski. Yes. Yeah. I've said that so many times. I'm going to bring up World War II. I say, I don't know. I don't care. I'll say, oh, are you looking for excuses then to victimize white people today? Is that what you're doing? Because that would be an anti-white thing to do. It's funny how they'll drop just everything. No. I'm not looking for excuses I don't want to victimize. Well, then you're not going to talk about that, because you're going to tell me white people did something bad. That would be an excuse to victimize white people today. Here you got, look, and these poor fellows looks like they are developing some arthritis. Actually, no, this is somebody who's just holding up a phone, it looks like. This guy's just pointing. They're not doing gang signs. What the hell? What are you, some kind of prejudiced person? You think they're putting out MAGA? This be MAGA. Former President Donald Trump's team is buying ads on what has been described as the biggest R&B and hip-hop radio stations, plural, in Philadelphia, remember when Philadelphia was a white city? No, because you weren't alive then. But it was Philadelphia, founded by white people. The population in Philadelphia was 100% white. Imagine that. Never forget to tell these anti-whites of any race, never forget to remind them that these places, when we created them, they were 100% white. We made them. Dan O'Donnell of the Dan O'Donnell Show first reported on this major ad buy, which he said signals the Trump campaign's big push for black voters in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. This follows my exclusive report several weeks ago that the Harris campaign was moving radio money out of Milwaukee and aggressively buying ads on those same two Philadelphia stations to shore up her black support. We could draw like the endless comparisons that the cucks do all day long. Like, wait a second. How is it the Harris campaign can talk about their black support, but Trump can't talk about black jobs? I made a point if I'm a cucky. There's going to be a movie. You remember the Chucky movie? There's going to be a cucky one. Yeah, and it's going to be like Charlie Kirk. It's going to be it's going to be a doll that looks like Charlie Kirk. And it's going to be like, it's Cucky. He's back. And he's going to like pop up. He's going to have like crazy hair. And he's going to do things like point out the hypocrisy. And everything. Until like that's like the horror of the horror movie. You can't get like you're in bed at night and you wake up to Cucky standing at the end of the bed in the darkness saying, Trump can't say black jobs, but they can say black support. Taken together, the spending indicates that Harris is deeply concerned about black turnout in Philadelphia, and Trump sees this weakness and is aggressively going after voters there and in Milwaukee. He concluded, okay. Let's see, what else is there before we move on to Scott Adams, a guy who was radical anti-white white guy, and loved the money from being anti-white, loved it, loved the fame, loved the adulation by non-white people. They used to just fawn all over him. Remember that? And then as anti-whiteism marched along and he got older and older and he went from being a white guy to an old white guy, there was no more adulation. There was no more easy sex. There was no more big money anymore. And they were like, get out of here, old white guy. We don't want to hear what you have to say. You're an old white guy. And he's like, but I've been shitting on my race and attacking my race for decades. What do you mean? And they're like, go off, whitey. And then he comes out and he's like crying. He's like, I'd never go to a black night. And starts like saying what everybody knows. Like violent, all black neighborhoods are violent. Right? If a neighborhood is violent and black, then everyone knows that it's violent and black, right? So he comes out and he's like, I'd never go to a violent black neighborhood. Nobody should. Like he's just trying to punch back at them in the most like pathetic, like soyish way. Soy. And crying. That was so sad. Old white guy. And nobody, I mean, it's just like the anti-whites, his fellow anti-whites fucking railed him, like donkey railing him. That is funny. And who else aside from me came out against this guy and said it as it was? No one, I don't think. Maybe I didn't look hard enough and you can fill me in. But there were tons of people in the white sympathetic sphere, especially the explicits, especially the soy goys, who were suddenly like, oh my God, this is so bitchin' cool. Maybe he'll do an interview with Jared Taylor now. It's so bitchin'. And I'm like, what? No, he has been cutting your throat for his whole life. And now when the anti-whites bend him over a sawhorse and donkey rail his ass brutally, no Vaz, funny as in hell, him getting on video and crying, and you all are excited about this? Fucking idiots. Absolute idiot. No wonder I have to pontificate, because I am the Pope of the white race. Everywhere else you look, it's pathetic. Real men and real women will join this community, will join us. That's all. The rest are absolute clowns. And I don't know why do they work so hard at proving how much of clowns that they are. Quote, now I want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers, Obama continued. Oh, talking about how the black guys, according to Obama and some of the other Democrats, black guys are not coming out to support the black sister. Well, the problem, of course, is that they don't see her as black. You can't make her out to be black. Black people don't see her, in my opinion. I know it's my opinion. Just like the conversation we had with Jill, it was a lot of opinion. Nobody was making any absolute medical claims and giving you any specific procedures that you should engage in. No, you should research. You should talk with your doctors. Obviously, just opinions that can be wrong, that can be changed. My opinion, black people do not see Kamala Harris as black. Give me a break. I grew up with all of the races in Northern Virginia, all of them, including Indians from different parts of India as well, not just like one part. She looks Indian. Nothing about her looks black to me. And so what I'm seeing when I see the black people responding the way that they're responding to Kamala, what I'm seeing is black people who are like, they're giving you like the side eye at, she black, she gonna do for us. No, not hardly. They're not buying it. It's like I told you all before, we talked about black people will buy that a white man, i.e. Trump, will close the border to brown people. They will believe that. There's verisimilitude there. It's believable for them. What the Democrats are trying to peddle to them right now is that Kamala is black, and because she's black, she's just another soul sister on the soul train. You remember the soul train? Anybody else? Came on late at night. Soul train. And the black people are looking at her and they're like, I don't know. They're squinting real hard. She's still looking Indian to me. I don't think there's any sort of some soul food connection, some black soul food connection that is going to make her do for us. So I think the majority of the black people, honestly, my opinion, who will vote for Kamala will do so just because they're anti-white. And Trump is a white man who's not anti-white enough. So the Democrats should have just gone at that angle the entire time. They should have completely dropped that she is black. That was absurd. Pushing that was absurd. They wrecked their entire campaign. Severe. And imagine people that stupid in charge, and you had billionaires giving her billions of dollars. How dumb are the wealthy? I mean, all seriousness, why wouldn't if somebody's a billionaire and they're actually genius, why wouldn't they roll in there and say, look, I'm going to cut a big check, but we're firing all these dumbasses right here. All these dumbasses are getting fired. No, they're just like, I'll just throw billions at you. Yeah, take billions. You can make it happen. Give me a break. All right. Enough of this. I mean, this is all there is to it. So the big he wants them Nazi generals. This is who he's appealing to. And you know, if black people or anti-whites want to be cynical about it, they're like, well, he wants to get a vote and he wants to win. Okay. What's the outcome though? Is he serving the community? Yeah. So even if you believe that he doesn't, in his heart of hearts, care about black people, he's still serving y'all. He's still bending over backwards. He's still preaching about how y'all built America. He's still talking what we owe more and more and more. Those are all tangible, real things. So even if you want to be cynical, you're still coming out of this blinging and rolling down my streets in vehicles after just a couple years at your quota job that my working class father, who literally fought for the country, would have to work several lifetimes to be able to come close to what you make in a year or 5 years or whatever. So don't give me this bullshit about how hard it is. It's so hard to be black. If you consider that hard to be black, you are some genuine pussies out there. Absolutely. Which, you know, it's nice that we have black guys like who's that police officer, or he calls himself a police officer. Maybe he wasn't. It's nice that they're out there and they preach against this. But all them white people that will follow him and guys like him, but they won't follow white guys as leaders of our people is repulsive. Tatum. Yeah. Officer Tatum. Thank you. Let's get over to Scott Adams. As I said, I just spelled it out for you. You can cut that segment out and stitch it together with what we're going to say here. So that's the man that you are looking at, Scott Adams. That is this anti-white his whole life, slitting your throats, giving donations to anti-white entities, being celebrated at anti-white parties, get-togethers, etc. And he would have stayed that way for the rest of his life, except anti-whiteism had marched along far enough that it didn't need this old white guy anymore. And so all he was an old white guy. So they bent him over a dirty wooden sawhorse and donkey railed him. And then he came back crying. And then people wanted to think he's such a great guy. He's telling the truth, man. He's speaking the truth. Speaking the truth. What everybody already knows, that neighborhoods that are violent and also black are therefore violent black neighborhoods, that good black people don't want to live in, that good white people don't want to live in, that you should stay away from them. And now it's all forgiven. And now it's all, he's so special. He's special in the short bus, kind of a special. But here he is. He's been slowly maturing, I guess, socio-politically, slowly maturing. Is he going to give credit to us? Of course not. No, this is the kind of piece of shit. And Scott, forgive me if I'm wrong about you. You can always have me on, introduce people to somebody who has actually cared about white people for his whole life and been putting his name and his face and his whole life out on the line for white people, which you are ostensibly a member of. You can go ahead and introduce your massive audience to that and correct me. But my guess is that Scott Adams instead is going to say, oh, no, everything that the no white guilt guy could say is just self-evident. He's not done anything. It's all just self-evident now that he's put it out there. So here he is. He's remarking on a comment that Tucker had made. Hans brought this to my attention. Let's have a listen together.
Like I say, Benz has high credibility on this topic. Tucker Carlson had a interesting observation. when he was talking about wokeness, he says wokeness is basically just an anti-white racist thing.
Okay, so right there, I mean, just you can see, I could see Tucker even saying, well, it's just self-evident. It's just self-evident. He's getting tickled by something, I promise. His wife, instead of it being his wife wearing something that he has a button for, he's got it. He's wearing it, and she's pressing the button, all right? You know it's true. The leadership in the West has not been manly forever. Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's gross. I apologize. Why would I say such things? That's nasty. It's nasty. That's a gross thing to say in front of people. Wearing things you battery operated. This is the kind of thing that they're going to say that wokeness is basically just anti-white. And then, of course, now as he's still wet behind the ears socio-politically in his maturation, going to tack on the ignorant anti-white word racism, the concept that defeated Western civilization, tack that on there. But it's a kind of thing that Tucker, no one would have been able to say if it weren't for us. No one would have had anti-white to say. They would not have been able to say, don't let anybody convince you otherwise. They would not have been able to say, wokeness is basically anti-white racism. They would not have said that because anti-white would not have been legitimized for them to say if it weren't for all of our work. And when they are in a position to know where this stuff is coming from, then you can hold them responsible for their lack of character if they say nothing. In most of these cases, you're going to see people that'll say that, oh, it's just self-evident, it's basic, it's obvious. No, it wasn't obvious until I and we made it so. It wasn't obvious.
And one of the ways you can tell that is that Ireland is woke. Now, Ireland.
Okay, I really have to jump in. Tucker said wokeness is basically what he should have said is anti-whiteism, because wokeness, I mean, look at this ignorant construction, exists in Ireland. I have for decades been saying that the problem is this infernal faith-based ideology called anti-whiteism, that it exists everywhere around the world where there are white people. And this is exactly how it operates. And here you have this guy. He's filthy rich compared to me. Tucker Carlson, filthy rich compared to me. Connections, fame, giant audiences. Gigantic audiences. I figured this shit out decades ago, and I've been teaching about it successfully. And now these people, infinitely wealthier with infinitely larger audiences, infinitely more connections, are coming to this because of what we've done. We've made this possible through our advocacy in the body of society across the West, the use of these concepts. And now they're able to like put it together. You know, can you just like see them? They're like, here's a piece and here's a piece. And so basically it's kind of, and you know what? Here's another piece. And by golly, I've got it. No wonder I make 7 figures a year. No wonder I've got millions of views every couple of months. No wonder. Fucking ridiculous. No, I mean, if nothing else shows you that capitalism is a total scam, it's this kind of shit. Because you can be right, You can fix people. You can heal people. You can be honest. You can be doing the right thing. You can be all of the good things that they tell you in Western countries, these capitalist countries. Hey, if you just work hard and you're honest and you come up with what works for people, and then you'll make it. Bullshit. Bullking shit. You know what the reality of it? The reality of it is this, that you work your ass off, you create something that helps and benefits people, and then some guy of a different race in Canada steals it all, writes a book, publishes it decades after your first publication, but even years and years after your first publication on Amazon, then accuses you of plagiarism, even though you're published before, and then he goes on to make $1 million+ off his book. In the capitalist West, what really happens is you work your ass off. You come up with what works. You figure things out because you have the genius to do it. You have the industry to do it. You have the tenacity to do it. And then people who already have audiences and fame just steal it, say it's self-evident, and then take the laurels of victory for it. That's what happens in the capitalist West. That's the reality.
Basically was colonized. They weren't colonizers. They weren't a bunch of white colonizers. They were victims. They got colonized. And I don't think they were big on slave ownership. So why is everything going woke in Ireland? What did the Irish do? Doesn't matter. As long as they're white, you need less of it, apparently. Now,
Apparently, glad you figured it out for us, Scott. Thanks so much. He's socially, politically maturing. Well. So excited for you.
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it was
He says he's exaggerating a little bit. There's no exaggeration. The ideology is called anti-whiteism. It is at work everywhere. I can explain exactly how it works. I can tell you exactly what's going to happen tomorrow with it. I can tell you what motivates the individual participants. I can tell you how collectively they strive by 1,000 cuts to achieve their anti-white objectives, and that none of them need to have some sort of grand scheme in mind to be able to reach those objectives. I can speak to all of it, Scott, but you're not going to talk to me because your fame and your popularity, your reputation as being really bright will be undermined a little bit if somebody else who's bright comes along and teaches you a thing or two.
Interesting point. If we can understand why the wokeness in America is driven by the bad behavior of white people in America.
Listen to this really elementary cogitation. It's all, you see what he's saying? What is he trying to grapple with right there? Again, none of this would be available for him to begin to put together if it weren't for all of us, all the hard work that we've done for years. So it's because of us that he can now say, oh, look at this. If I put this and then I put that, well, it equals this. Because of us that he can do that. So what do we say? What did we say with Dr. Carol Swain? What do we say? What is every one of the attacks on the West based in? Retributive justice against white people. Justice. Retributive justice against white people. Every single one. And it just so happens, it's brilliant and it'll be stolen, that if all of the attacks on the West are based in retributive justice against white people, then it makes sense for non-white people to join us and fight against anti-whiteism so that they can retain all of those things about the West that they love and need and that they want for their children and coming generations. Brilliant, but it'll be stolen. And then Scott fucking Adams will get credit, or Tucker will, or the guy from another race up in Canada will get the credit.
But then the wokeness still applies to a country where that argument couldn't possibly make sense.
It does make sense because they'll use different excuses. They'll use different excuses, which they are using.
Then it tells you that the argument in America probably is just artificial, and that it really is biological, and it just has to do with whatever group wants to be more in charge.
No. See, he just got that wrong. With whatever group wants to be more in charge. No. That construction would lead people in a direction that they could still condemn white people. Why do your people have to be? I mean, come on, fuck's sake.
Let me tell you, I have greatly enjoyed growing up in a country where people who looked like me were the majority for a while. It made me feel safer.
Yeah. That was the thing that he said after they railed him. Good and hard. He never said that before.
I feel safer in any group that looks mostly like me. Just natural. Now, that would be true for everybody. I think everybody would have that same experience. Now, I like diversity.
No. Jesse Jackson is maybe infamous for having said that when he's walking down the streets of, I think it was DC, and he hears footsteps behind him and he turns around and sees that it's a couple of white guys, he feels relief. And he hates that. He's got to feel relief. So no, you do not automatically feel safe where people are racially the same as you. What he's attempting to explain, and he's not there yet, is that you have expectations for behavior that are normal for you, that you will see in those of the same biospirit. The odds are far more in favor that you will see behaviors that are normal for you in those who are bio-spiritually similar. That's why we have that feeling of comfort. It's not safety. He's got this wrong. You don't feel safe. I don't go to a little white town and everybody is white and get out on the sidewalk, start walking along and say, boy, I feel safe. No, I feel comfortable. I feel normal. I feel like I'm in my milieu where I'm supposed to be. And the exact opposite. This is the problem with multiracialism. You go to a place where there's very few of you, where it's all a jumbled mess of people, all a witch's cauldron of peoples, and you don't feel comfortable. You feel uncomfortable. You might not necessarily feel unsafe. So could you imagine trying to tell white people that you feel unsafe when you're around anybody of another race? Normal white people are going to say, what are you talking about? Like, we got Chinatown in DC. I can go into Chinatown. Well, maybe not anymore. But in years past, and feel safe but uncomfortable. Feel safe but not a connection with the people and the architecture and their norms and etc. And moreover, his argument right there, his construction that he's exploring, leads you down the path of racial crime stats and etc. And obviously people are going to turn that off right away. Not interested.
Where I live in California, is wonderfully diverse. My neighborhood is
Wonderfully anti-white. Where he lives in California right now is wonderfully anti-white. Look, it's so much white erasure here. Can I hear again from all those in the explicit white sympathetic sphere that said this guy was awesome and I was just jealous? I'd like to knock the teeth out of everybody who has shown up and said that kind of shit to me. Such low IQ dogs. Such dogs.
wonderfully diverse. I love it. It actually is terrific. But literally, it's terrific. But you still feel if everybody's a stranger.
He's like, please don't white erase me too. I will worship the anti-whiteism and white erasure. Just don't white erase me from the platforms anymore.
Like if you didn't know them, you'd feel safer if everybody looked like you. It's just biological.
No.
So whatever's going on looks to me more like people who are not comfortable with a white majority, and they're trying to take down the white people in any way that they can. I don't know that they necessarily intellectualize it that way, but I think it's just such a natural mammal impulse that you want more things that look like you and fewer things.
No, really bad argument. I mean, that fits right into the anti-white narrative. The primitive biological impulses of our animalistic state should be overcome, Scott Adams. We should evolve and be able to breed with everybody. We should realize that we are one species, and we should do that immediately by turning over all the white women to the, do you see? And yet this is the guy with the nice cars and the big house in Southern California. And I'm impoverished. Bullshit. I think that back in the Soviet Union, where there was no clan, like you could be a massive contributor and you weren't going to be recognized for it. Only the inventor of the AK-47 is the only one I can, on any really like national and fundamental scale. I know that they recognized some of the pilots and they celebrated them, but not like the guy that came up with the AK. But I think that I would have a better chance there if I were doing something this powerful for Soviet Russia, as I and we all here are doing. I think the Soviet Union would recognize us. I think we would be rewarded for it. But not in the capitalist West. No, it's just all theft. Everything is stealing. Everything is just stealing your intellectual property, running off with it, making the money, and everything else, and the power and everything else that comes with it. That's all it is. This guy won't say shit about me and us. He won't. He won't talk to us. He won't. This video alone is working on 60,000 views. It was just done. 60,000 views. It was just done the other day. Can you believe the people who don't grow away from his audience? I can understand coming to his audience, especially if you hear that he's like a genius and he's so, and maybe he is, but he's not clocking in at what I clock in at. But you hear these nice things about this guy, you show up. How could you not grow away from this nonsense? So the people who stay behind, it's a real IQ test.
So it look like something else. So that's probably what's happening.
Nah, probably not.
Anyway,
anyway. And anyway, for us, I'm looking for your tags. I'm looking for your financial gifts. I'll be looking at all of those as we work our way through some of the, at least, memes. It's come to that hour that it's meme time. I think we'll kind of intersperse it. We'll look at some memes. I don't know why I was doing this kind of a thing here. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling, I don't know what it means, but it's happening. And we'll kind of intersperse. We'll look at some memes. We'll talk. We'll chat. And look at some more memes. Let's start off with a healthy dose of you are not a male, female. Healthy dose of that. You're not a male, female. Okay, this is like one of the dumb things that get shit ton of views. The guy has filled his mouth with a liquid. She is filling her mouth with a liquid. And the game is to use a tortilla to slap the other person in the face and to knock the water out of their face. Oh my gosh. All righty. And to smack the water out. Do we have bets on what's going to happen? Now, not slapping with the hand, slapping with the tortilla. Is that what it's properly called? Keck and meme magic took over your arms. That's what it was. Keck and meme magic. I'm just in that. I'm in it. Promethean healing. Loosey goosey Jason. Fornol is with us. Power. I knew the lights got brighter. It's like a generator coming on. That's also the sound that his body just makes. Whenever he's around, it's like a big ass generator, like one that runs a hospital, just like, whoa. And that's how you know Fornol's coming. He says, hails, champ, hails. Corey is with us too. Hey, great to see you, brother. Heroes are entering the facility. I've got to take Scott Adams off this other monitor. Ugh. I would love to make friends with him. I really would. I would love to make friends with anyone who wants to help put an end to anti-whiteism. I will make friends with anyone who wants to help with that. So, but I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Poor Scott. Poor Scott Adams. He could have me out. Imagine. He could have me out to his nice house. We could sit back on the veranda sipping lemonade and we could talk about things. It would be splendid. It would be the time of his life. He would begin to question whether he's gay or not from the attraction he's feeling. It's understandable. I get it. I get it. It would be so much better than this. But here you're going to find out. Here you have, okay, this girl, and now they're going to play rock, paper, scissors for who goes first. Okay? So anybody have bets on what happens? Any bets? All right, I got to turn this down some on my end. Can you all hear it okay? Trying to wake the dead. Okay. Okay. She's very pushy. I think he's pretty big. I think he could probably take her. What do you think? Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's going first. So now you can change your bets. He's going first. What's going to happen? Good evening, brother. It is great to see you. What do you think? Anybody have any thoughts? This young man in the red t-shirt, he's going to slappage first. He's going to do the slappage first. Hyperborean Dream is here. He says, slap silly. Biospirit of the West says, it's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye. Now that's a video that I can't show on YouTube. Sometimes I come across little videos like this. I call them all memes. Catch-all phrase here. And there's some injury. And I'm like, I might be crying in laughter, but maybe won't work. Everybody has to ultimately be safe. So let's see what happens. He's going first. The tortilla misses and the hand lands. No, The tortilla. The guy is accurate. Like, he looks athletic. He's not one of those like soy kids that plays video games all day. Like, I saw a video I wanted to show you all. Totally looked like a guy who just plays Fortnite 24/7, soft, obese with Doritos and gallons of soy. And he gets out on an electric four-wheeler. Who would do that? First of all, who would make a four-wheeler that's battery operated? You should be deported. Horrible things should happen to you. Four-wheelers should roar with the smell of two-stroke, my friends. They should roar. Well, that's nice. That's really nice. More of that. They should roar with the smell of two-stroke. And so he goes driving along on this battery-driven four-wheeler, and he hits like a little bump, not a jump, a little bump. But he wants to treat it like a jump, like his first day playing outside, and his friend's videotaping. And he decides, since it's his first day, and he's like 15 or 16 or whatever it is, first day outside, he doesn't know that you're supposed to stand on the pegs when you hit a jump. You are not supposed to sit down. So he hits the jump, and of course the seat throws him over the four-wheeler, and they call this, in redneck country, we call this a double jump. So you jump the four-wheeler, and then the four-wheeler jumps you. And that's what happened. A four-wheeler ran him right over. Now, they said he was okay, but he got right up. They said he was okay. But, who knows what they could claim on YouTube. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit. He got her good, but look at his grin on his face. Let me embiggen this. Where's Janice? Aren't you the one who tells me to embiggen? Where did that come from? Did you just make that up? He got her good. He got her real good with that tortilla. And he's got a big old smile. He's trying to not spit that stuff out. Let's see how she plays it. He's like, oh, she's laughing. Oh, look at him laughing. He is laughing. He is still laughing. Uh-oh. Wait. Look at him now. Uh-oh. He spits his water out. Or milk.
I fucking told it to swear in it. Pokemon.
She ain't hurt at all. It just scared her. She got slapped with a tortilla. I mean, it's soft. Look at how flimsy it is. It just scared her. Man. And so a lesson has been taught. Girls are not boys, after all. Look at it. I'll just cut this shit off. All right, this one's pretty good. This one is, Jason, how dare you laugh at that young lady? She is upset. You should have seen the comments. I should have kept it up. The comments were ridiculous. They're like, put the tortilla down and care for the woman. Bitch, shut up. She just learned a lesson. She's not a male. She's lucky that it was just a tortilla. Imagine if she went out into the world with this Hollywood physics and she decides she's going to get into an argument with some strange anti-white male who's going to say, oh, white female, and then he's going to actually punch her or slap her. Now at least she has some awareness of, holy crap, the difference in the power of a male and female is significant. All right. Come to the lady's defense. She is crying. The young lady is crying. And see, and you're saying, what, Jason, you wouldn't? I wouldn't have slapped her because I would have said, look, honey, you're going to get scared. It's going to hurt a little bit. You're going to get scared. So we're not going to do this dumb game. I can slap another part of your body that you'll like. Your face, that's not it. That's the wrong cheek. All right. Recently, Elon Musk propositioned his ex-wife. Let's have a look at what happened. Elon Musk invited his ex-wife to his hotel room.
The one evening he said, would you like to come back to my hotel room so we can look at rocket videos? And I thought, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll come back. And
it's the old rocket video trick. That sly dog. I've used it myself successfully. You want to look at my rocket video? You want to check out my rocket video?
And we did get into his hotel room, and he did just show me rocket video. I remember
the truth of it. There's more truth there than you know, because when guys are really into something, then ladies, you better entertain it. But really, guys, like Elon, go find a guy to do that. Just go find the females are going to, almost all of them are going to be totally faking it. Just go find it. You could probably grab any guy and just say, hey, do you want to look at my rocket videos? And the guy's going to be like, rocket videos? Yeah, let's check them out. That sounds cool. Seriously, guys, can I get an amen? I mean, if a guy came up to you and he's like, hey, do you want to go look at this quilt I'm knitting? You would probably say, nah. You would probably back away, keeping your eyes on him. But if he's like, he's got like some kind of souped up car or a missile that goes to outer space, that's pretty cool. Okay. Next video that's coming up. Give me this is going to be a blind guess. It has to do with a dog. Is it something a female did to a dog? Give me a number 1. Is it something a guy did to a dog? Give me a number 2. 1, if a female did this to the dog. 2, if a guy did this to the dog. I want to get your input. Oh, we got 2s. We got people thinking, oh, Cool Papa says he thinks it's going to be something a girl did to a dog. Who is right? Oh, my goodness. Definitely a female did this to a dog. Oh, my gosh. I admit that he's cute, but we would never do this. He's ready for Halloween, though. Definitely a female did this to a dog. The girls will do this. They'll think about these things, and they'll tell us. It would never occur to a guy in infinity years. We would never think, you know what? Pete, hey, come over here. I got an idea. After I get off work tonight, I know we got to weld that, and we got to bring them joints together and weld that. But as soon as I'm done, I'm going to head home. I'm going to dress my bulldog up in a Halloween shirt, put a couple little shoes on him and some pants. Then I'm going to put a little pumpkin container beside him, and we're going to fill it with Cheez-Its for him to munch on. At that point, Pete would beat you up, or you'd be fired. You know what I'm going to do? As I was saying that, every single guy had like an emotion of rage hearing my voice. At just pretending like a guy is talking about doing it. We had like an emotion of rage. And we don't know where that comes from. We just feel it. And and then Pete goes and finds a bunch of other guys to help jump you. And that's how things like that never happen. All right, it is Halloween. It is Halloween time. So we have a question about, oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Manly things. It is Halloween time. So I want you to name me this country. Can we get a name for this country where this is taking place? There's a bit of a hint. Actually, there are two big hints. Here we go.
That's fucked. Holy shit.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
That's fucked. Holy shit.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
All right. Guesses. Anybody have a guess? What country does that come from? Australia. Ivan is right. Or New Zealand. I guess I can't say for sure about the accent. Definitely Australia. All of those spiders were the babies. And then something the size of a dinner plate began to crawl out to protect the babies. So it's definitely not here. We also have this for Halloween. And I want to know what everyone would do when if this thing were to show up at your door. I want some thoughts. Now, wait a second. This might be something guys would do to a dog. If we could do this to a dog, if it were possible to do this to a dog, we might do it. All right. What would you do if that crawled up and that's what your ring cam said? Was at the door. Evelyn says Australia. I think it's a huntsman spider. Is that what it says? Wow. Those are some scary spiders. I think for the spider thing, I would definitely go for the flamethrower. I would need a flamethrower on hand. If I lived someplace where things like that were crawling around, I would have a for real flamethrower. And I would just go to town. Promethean Healing says, that thing is terrifying. Yikes. Biospirit thought the spiders were in the UK. Do they really have spiders like that there? Holy. If they do, I'd give the dog a treat and try to get him on my team. I think this is AI, but I don't know. If this showed up at my door, I might go fully auto, like the GIF is right here. I might go fully auto on it, just through the door. I would just turn the door into Swiss cheese. It walks like they did a good job. The only thing that screws up is when the feet touch it, or not the only thing, but when the feet touch the ground, they move a little bit. There they go. Spooky. Okay. Let's do something cute. We all like cute instead of spooky. This is the cutest little thing ever. Watch this. I love this dog. Here I am. Look at how like happily he jumps around the corner of the door frame at first. He's like, hey, did you whistle? He's like, hey. Oh, perfect pause. And his feet on the floor. That's the sound that the other creature should have been making when it was walking. Yeah, he's a cute little guy. That's where you'd put up a big sign that said, beware of the dog. Because you got this ferocious beast that you could unleash. I says he wants Promethean Healing wants to hug that dog. I don't know if you could probably stuff him right in your shirt. You could walk around. My father actually has done that. He has put the dog inside his clothing and then gone into places just to mess with people. The dog's head is sticking out of the top of the shirt or the jacket. And he went to, like, for example, he was in McDonald's one time and they were like, you can't bring your dog in here. And my dad said, what dog? And they fed him. They took his order. What dog? I don't have any dog with me. Flaxen is here. Says, good evening, everyone. Hope you are all white well tonight. Yes, we are. Thank you for saying that. All right, what do we have up next? Oh boy, this is scary. This is scary. I want to know what everybody would do if they were in this. Now, we would not get in this situation. Accidents can happen, but this is unlikely. You're unlikely to end up in this situation. But if you did, what in the world would you do? Take a look at this. This is really scary. Look at that. That is a river going over the car. I don't know if they added that sound of wind or if the water was moving the air and the air was passing through some of the seals and making that sound inside the car. It at least seems conceivable. But turn it off. Look at this. Look at the depth of the water. Who do you think he's calling? He's got his cell phone out. His passenger is videotaping. Now, this is the smartest person in this vehicle is the passenger because the person videotaping never dies. So if you're ever in a really sketchy situation like this, immediately start videotaping the event because that person is somehow always lives. Just make sure you do a good job because if you don't, you'll be ridiculed afterward. Sloth says he'd switch the vents to cabin only. Heck yeah. Samuski says that's heap big trouble. Oh my God, first last, hilarious. He's calling the plumber. Hyperborean Dream says he's calling AI to ask what he should do. Promethean Healing says he's calling the Coast Guard. Yeah, that would be, my gosh. What do people say here? He said, this guy says the seals on his car are doing work for now. This person says, now these car commercials I've been looking at, or these are the car commercials I've been looking for. Oh, this person said Nokia makes cars now. I guess watertight. Oh, this is hilarious. Your Uber Eats is going to be late. Yep. Yep. You're not going to get that Red Robin or whatever it is. It's not going to come on time. All right, this one I got to show you. We're not going to watch it. AI Robot said, what would you do? Good question, my friend. I would flex my way out of there, obviously. I would command the water to stop, and it would say, yes, sir. And then I would get out, and it would flee before it got its ass kicked. That's what would happen. Boss Bear sexy style. Thank you for the question. You remember that girl that we saw a video of her where she was saying how she was all like angry at the camera, and she makes like tons of videos inside her. She's a Christian, supposedly. And she's makes the videos in her car, and she's yelling, and she memorizes a script beforehand. So she talks really fast when she does the video. She did, you know, she's just going 100 miles an hour. And you remember she said how ashamed she is. And I was like, where would you have standing for that? And it was just really ridiculous. And I pointed out how ridiculous it was, how many views just tons of views. She's married, and you have all these simpers out there, all these guys simping their asses off. Well, take a look at her now. Oh, it's kind of like she's evolving to be another hooker online. Here's your Christian. She's up to like on Instagram, up to like 270,000 followers now. She just makes these angry videos. She's got more makeup on now. The hair is done, and she's revealing a bunch of skin. And I would not doubt if we went through here that we could find guys simping up to her. Agree with you 100%. Yeah. You think if I put on the same top? I mean, maybe there would be another audience that would be interested, but you know. We're still in the Halloween theme here, okay? We got Halloween coming up, and we're in the Halloween theme. And guys, this is a video just for you. I want to know what you would do. Okay, I'm going to show you a video. What would you do? Slot saying 200,000 followers on IG. It's a full-time job. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is they're making money too. These females are and there are so many females, some of both sexes, but there are so many females out there. They can get online and they can start making a ton of money. I mean, look at these MAGA girls that show up and they're in like a bikini and they're like, I'm voting Trump. 150,000 followers, 500,000 followers. Ad revenue pouring into them. Pouring in. Meanwhile, competent, talented, dues-paying white males can barely get a job making $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year. Who are these girls going to be marrying? All right, but guys, what would you do? Here we go. What would you do? All right. Oh, looking good so far, right? Yeah. Yep. Still looking pretty good. I'm liking the tone of this video. Yep. Liking this. Okay. Wait a second. That's a little odd. Okay. All right. All right. I don't care. I'm going in after her. The succubus can have me. By the time I'm done with her, she's going to be on the phone with the devil. She's like, I'm not going to be able to come into work today. I'm sore. Yep, I would turn that succubus right out, boy. Promethean Healing says, no way, guilt. I can fix her. Damn right I can. No succubus better show up. I'm going to give her the time of her life. She's going to give up on that trade. That's going to be it. That's going to be it. She's going to call up Lucifer. I quit. I quit. Samuski says, you know, if she's a little cray-cray, you're going to have a wild time. That's going to happen anyhow with me. Biospirit of the West asking about in a bikini. Oh, yeah, the MAGA, these MAGA women on there. And some of them, West, you're not even going to believe, well, you probably will. They are not, some of them should not be in a bikini. Some of them, even if they, you know, they look good. I mean, come on, what are you doing? We know what you're doing. It's ridiculous. All guys should immediately click off. Nah, no views for you. No ad revenue for you. That's what it's all about. You're a pay cuck to these girls. Just know that. And for so many Elijah Schaefers out there, you're just a pay cuck. They get you in, they get your view, and they get paid for you. That they're not giving you anything of value. You are the thing of value to them. So just remember that. Just so have it in your head. Do I want to be a pay cuck or not? And that is even before the simps get to the point of being deep pay cucks, where they are just sending money and they are, etc. And you look at the difference when you're boss bear sexy. You think you could turn out a succubus because you know you can. No, but some of them in bikinis, they look like they should be in bikinis. It's true that the people who are not anti-white or hardcore anti-white are better looking. That's obvious. That is obvious. It is always. I remember when I was even a very young child, and the Democratic National Convention, I can't even remember who it was. I could probably remember, but they were showing the audience, and I was like, and I said to my mother, I said, why are they all so ugly? Like nobody was telling me this is the evil. Nobody was saying anything like that. I just looked at them and I was like, they're all hideous. And my mother, true to form, she's like, shit if I know. Yep. Shit if I know. Cool says he could proudly say that he's never worn a bikini. God bless you, brother. The Cool also says NWG and this community are the only place I ever found real value in the political realm. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Westman Positivity says Mother Dearest. Yes. She is Mother Dearest for sure. Shit if I know. Yeah, Biospirit's wondering, why am I not getting recommended these bikini-clad videos? What the hell? Why can't I get some bikini-clad videos? First Last said, creepy about the succubus. My brother, you know, if a female like that appeared in the house and she's like, come here, looking like that, you just follow right on and don't even pretend. You might give a little bit of a like a, ooh, my eyes are kind of something, but you're about to get it. All right. Have you ever felt like you were having a bad day? Never as bad as this baby gorilla.
If you feel like you've had a bad day, just remember, at least you weren't this guy.
All right, that is nasty. That is nasty. That she's actually wiping her ass with the baby and then sniffing it. You never had a day that bad. Now, this is hilarious. He's okay. He's okay. Just let me say that. And they talk about it in the thread here. This person is known. He's okay. But it sure is funny. You got to listen to what he says. This is the dash cam. Easy around them corners. So this guy's taking a corner a little bit too fast. Thank God there wasn't a car coming the other direction. Hurt people. But here we go.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
I'm dead. I'm effing dead. Ah, I'm dead. Oh my God. I could not imagine being in a stressful situation like this and just immediately giving up. How would you like to be a passenger and your driver's like, I'm dead. Wait, try some more. Try first. Make a little bit of effort here. Try. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ah, I'm dead.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
All right. That's terrible. He's okay though. They said in the thread he got out. He was fine. The car needed some work. Ash says, could you stop the car first? Yeah, let's actually, can we address the situation before you just conclude that we're dead? Those corners, not them corners. Yeah, it might be a Pennsylvania. I hear that. Did I say it? Because I would have gotten it from there. Ash says he'd walk. He should have floored it and steered rather than braking. Braking is what made him crash. Samuski is right. Ding, 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 ding. He's the winner. Although to a degree, it does depend on the vehicle. Sometimes you can't correct because the vehicle's garbage. But yes, if the vehicle's all right, then he should have turned into the corner, and depending on where he had, because it really seemed like he didn't have it turned at all, and floored it. And especially if it's a rear-wheel drive, the back will come out. And if he stays on it and stays into the skid, he might go all the way around, and he'll be lucky if nobody's coming. Yep, power through it. That's what, unlike the video that I'm not going to show, that's what we used to do with four-wheelers all the time. You fly around The corners, you're turned in. If you're going this way, you're turned in this way. You got the throttle just going, wah! You can look and you see the rooster tail of dirt coming up behind you. It's fantastic fun. Promethean Healing says, here, babe, wear these sunglasses. Yeah, you don't want to put a bag over her face. She's a pretty woman. But a pair of sunglasses would probably work. Or you just spin her around. Spin her around, grab the hair on the back of her head. She can't turn around and look at you. Ivan is a vengeful mutant. Some bad genes, but Ivan finds their jealousy and envy detestable. Blindfold, says Slots. That is definitely another option. The old blindfold. Let's do a Halloween prank. How many of you in this video would be willing to pull off this prank for somebody you know and care about? And how many of you, if you were the person pranked, would be willing to kill the person that did this to you? Now, just so you know, I'm going to try to, it's going to light up here in a moment. But this is like a recliner, I think, over on, can you see my cursor? This is a recliner. This is a person asleep. This is their feet down here. Their head is up here. This is a blanket over them. Over here on this side is a television. And affixed to the television is the item that the prankster has attached. Are you ready? Okay, now you can see better. The person asleep, their feet, their head, the thing affixed to the television, and the television light underneath of it. Man, it sounded like a pig farm. It sounded like pigs fighting. That is some real terror, in all seriousness, though. I mean, this was, I've pulled some scary pranks before, but this was big time. So if you can see, this looks like, what movie was it where the girl with the black hair comes out of the TV? Pigs. Promethean Healing put up pigs. Cool Papa says, oh, that was quite the reaction. Holy smokes. Poltergeist? Was it Poltergeist? No, it was more recent. Grudge or The Ring. It was one of those. So here you have, the prankster may have even primed this poor lady. I assume that she is now the ex-wife after the divorce. And primed her by watching that movie. She fell asleep, and then he set this up. And then that sound that he makes, that's some scary shit. Come on. She could have had a heart attack. Oh, look, somebody put up a pig gif. I don't know what the walking robot is supposed to be. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Would you even go so far as to say it was pig time? I think she was a little bit hefty. So maybe that shrieking was apropos. She couldn't get out of that couch. Talk about like zero life survival skills. I think I would be finding things to throw from somewhere. I don't know. Everything would head toward that TV as I would be going the other direction. Ivan says metal makes noises similar to her screams when not enough WD-40. So true. I used a lot of WD-40 the past couple of days working on the car. A lot of it. A lot. I love WD-40. I love it. I drink it. I love it. Samuski says he wouldn't kill the prankster. Says he's nearly impossible to startle or surprise him. Much to the chagrin and disappointment of many pranksters, I'll give delayed reaction and get a laugh. Well, then that would be good too. If I pranked you with something scary and then you had a delayed reaction and laughed, that would be funny as well. Evelyn says she had fight or flight as options and chose pig. So true. Maybe she knows something we don't. That demons are afraid of the pig sound. Ivan is dying over here. Oh, okay, Westman Positivity coming to my aid. That the squeaking and all of that sounds like the hydraulics of a robot walking. That's why that person put that GIF there. I gotcha. You know what else I wonder, though? Did she, like, totally piss herself? She probably did. They probably had to get rid of that easy chair. Because if you're making sounds like that and you're not moving, like wheels are turning, your legs are moving, your limbs, your arms are moving, but you're not moving, she's probably she's probably swimming before she got out of that. She had to swim her way out of that easy chair. Slaw said Jesus put the demons in pigs. So she's seeking to be possessed. That's true. Maybe. Squeal oinking. All right. Have you ever seen a trash truck that was just mad because it was Monday? Have you ever seen that? Trash truck is mad because it's Monday. He had to get up early and go to work. You're going to get to see it right here. Got the robot arms. Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. My woman done left and took all the reason I've been working for. You better not try to stand in my way as I'm a-walking out the door. You can take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. You'd come home to your trash can all the way up by the door. Maybe they left a note that said, hey, could you put the can by the door? Sure. All right. How many? Okay, here are some girls, just a couple more. Here are some ladies that need the education that the younger lady was able to get earlier in our meme hilarity. Here we go.
Do you agree that men are more?
No.
Do you agree that men are physically stronger? No, she says. The muscleless woman right here. No.
You don't agree?
No.
Absolutely not.
So then,
The other woman who doesn't want to appear on camera, and they have bags of chips and everything that they're gorging themselves on, they probably also make that pig squeal. She says, absolutely not. This is real. This is not just a hilarious skit. This is real. These are real females who are saying that men are not stronger than women. Absolutely not strong. despite all of the evidence to the this is the power of the anti-white narrative. This is the power. This is a faith-based ideology. I mean, when I see this, it says a lot of things. It's funny, but beyond that, there's a lot of funny here. Beyond the funny, there's a lot of substance here that speaks to the brain poisoning of anti-whiteism.
As a man, when you see a skinny, like scrawny little guy, and then you see a pretty girl, you're like, okay, yeah.
So if you find a skinny, scrawny little guy, maybe if you find a guy that's paraplegic and like his arms and legs don't work, well, then maybe, women are going to all be able to kick his ass. So clearly men are not as strong as women.
Who am I going to bet on?
Who's she going to bet on? When a woman fights a man who's paraplegic, who am I going to put my money down on?
For sure. But in general, like on average, not at all.
No. There's another white female. No. So in general, no.
Do you agree that men are more?
No.
You don't agree?
No, absolutely not.
So then,
it depends on the man.
Right.
You see a skinny, like scrawny little guy, and then you see a pretty girl, you're like,
A skinny, scrawny little guy could kick the shit out of both of them. Both of those girls there.
okay.
Now, the girl in the first video with the tortilla, she would have agreed with these women prior to the tortilla-ing.
Yeah. Who am I going to bet on?
for sure. But in general, like on average, not at all.
No.
All right. Promethean Healing. It was having a garbage day. Oh, good one. Holy crap. Fernell knew the artist. Johnny Paycheck. I love that song, man. That song, obviously, way back is when I first heard it and playing on the radio and everything. At every single job I've had in my life, I have sang that song. At every one. At every single job. Johnny Paycheck. I like mean fun. Even lots more lately, says Westman Positivity. It is hilarious. I once told my younger, stronger, bigger brother that I, at 150 pounds, would step into the ring with Ronda Rousey and kick her ass in 10 seconds. And he laughed and he told me I was delusional. Nah, you would win. You would win. Absolutely. Look at the guys that got in the rings with the Olympian female fighters. It was over instantly. Over instantly. They're like, pop. And she's like, oh, shit. Okay, I give up. And those guys could not compete with males. So this is fascinating. I thought I would share this just for the fun of it. Over in Japan, there was an impromptu pro-Trump rally. Look at this. They're yelling, fight, fight, fight. I'm not going to play it for the music. But the English words that they know are fight, fight, fight. Unexpected Trump rally breaks out in Japan, where citizens are caught yelling, fight, as they march along. And they got like a giant Trump. I don't know. What is he doing with his arms here? Is he supposed to be driving? Does that mean something in Japan, holding your arms like that? It's like all over the world, the people know that the Democrats, that America is the strongest country by far in numerous ways, and that the Democrats in charge are fleecing it and wrecking it and making the world unstable. And they're like, please, just anybody, please vote for Trump. Oh, they gave him an Asian face. I didn't even look closely enough. Well, I wouldn't be surprised by that. Lots of foreigners like Trump. Yeah, they do. Oh, you're talking about David Allen Coe now? Yeah, Westman Positivity mentioned David Allen Coe. What's the... Did he sing... How does it go? The old man was covered in tattoos and scars. He got some in prison and others in bars. The rest he got working on old junk cars in the daytime. They look like tombstones in our yard, and I never seen him when he wasn't tired and mean. Sold used parts to make ends meet, covered with grease from his head to his feet, cussing the sweat and the Texas heat and the skeeters. And the neighbors said we lived like hicks, but the neighbors still brought their cars for Paul to fix anyhow. He was veteran proud, tried and true. He'd fight till his heart was black and blue. Didn't know how he made it through the hard times. He bought our house on the GI Bill, but it wasn't worth all he had to kill to get it. Oh boy, then. What's the next lyric? Dang it. Does anybody know the next line? Does somebody know the next line? He was veteran proud, tried and true. He'd fight till his heart was black and blue. Bought our house on the GI Bill. I think it goes right to the chorus then, doesn't it? We had 13 kids and a bunch of dogs. House full of chickens and a yard full of hogs. Spent the summertime cutting up logs for the winter. Trying like the devil to find the Lord. Working like a chigger for my room and board. Coal burning stove, no natural gas. If that ain't country, I'll kiss your ass. If that ain't country, it'll heli up the Pope. If that ain't country, it's a damn good joke. I've seen the Grand Ole Opry, and I met Johnny Cash. If that ain't country, I'll kiss your ass. That's a great song. All right, what do we have left here? We'll look at your final comments. And good Lord, has the great No White Guilt Clips already? He has. No White Guilt Clips has already Instagrammed this show. That guy is amazing. I've got to add it to my stories, but I can't do it from here. I got to do it on the phone. We're still going. How's he already done that? All right, is that it? We'll take a look at this one. It's just interesting. I'm not passing any judgments or opinions. A company whose name we won't say submits state and federal permits for potential redevelopment of the Kings Mountain Mine, September 24, 2024. Charlottesville, North Carolina news. Redevelopment of the King Mountain Mine, one of the few known hard rock lithium deposits in the U.S. Now, I'm not saying that this is true. You'd have to research it for yourself. But that would be an interesting coincidence, wouldn't it? And how about this one for a sad truth? Something we talk about all the time. We'll do one more joke. But show you this one. We talk about this all the time. And there are so many. There's a plethora of downsides, of disadvantages, of harms that you can suffer as a consequence of playing the villain or even just not being anti-white enough, depending on the country you're in. A number of downsides, and horrible things can happen. Horrible. We've talked about it before. I've predicted it can happen, and it's happened. Rioter, they're calling this guy, dies in prison after being jailed for 2 years. Peter Lynch, a grandfather, convicted of disorder at a hotel in Rotherham, which housed asylum seekers. So this poor guy, this father and grandfather, went down there and shouted racial slurs at the Arabs living there. The UK, of course, is radically anti-white. You're not allowed to call non-white people bad names. And so they arrested him and gave him 2 years in prison for that. You think about all the ramifications of that happening to you. He's out of the lives of his children, his grandchildren for 2 years. Probably, I don't know if he's a pensioner or if he's still working, probably still working with the economies the way they are around the world, but who knows? Not going to spend critical time. Maybe there are sick family members. Maybe he's sick. But there is another possibility. And the other possibility is you die while you're in jail. You get killed maybe. But otherwise, for whatever number of reasons, you end up dying. And that happened to this guy. Just imagine, in all seriousness, if this guy had found us instead of Tommy Robinson, finding Tommy did this to him. Finding us, he would have been he would have been home with his family, his children and grandchildren, his sick members of his family or family members able to take care of him. He was obviously well enough to go down to this event. But if he had come here and gone free and implemented this in his life, then he would have been a powerful agent for changing the environment that he so hates, the white erasure of the United Kingdom. And specifically what happened in Rotherham with the anti-white terrorist rape gangs. Instead, he went about it the Tommy Robertson way, where the anti-white, explicit, anti-Jew, in this case, it would be the anti-Arab way. And he went down there and thought, I'll just shout a bunch of stuff, ugly stuff at them, which is what he was charged and convicted of. So the people who are going to want to criticize me, you know the kind of claims that they're going to make. But I care about this guy and his family, his life. I care about them because I care about our people. I want us to become a people. So I care about him. When people criticize me for pointing out that if he would have go free instead of Tommy or anti-Jew, soy cuck or whatever it is, soy goy or whatever it is, if he would have me pointing this out is because I want him to be a powerful agent for change, the environment that is harming all of us, because I'm concerned about him, because I think about him and his family. These people who criticize me, they will say anything nasty they can about me. Because why? Because they are looking at this from a selfishly individualistic position. That those people, the asylum seekers, the border crossers, that they could or have troubled them at some point in the past. And how dare I not want somebody to slander the people who could possibly have burdened these people or who could burden them in the future. So give me a name of somebody who might slander me over this. Just anybody. Who over there might slander me? Who in the UK, one of our great empires, now a husk of itself. Who over there might slander me? Maybe Tommy would. But probably Joel from Australia, he probably would, wouldn't he? Why? Why would Joel slander me? Because I'm saying that the people that Joel doesn't like shouldn't be badmouthed. They shouldn't be cussed. And so Joel doesn't care about Peter Lynch. Tommy Robertson doesn't care about Peter Lynch. They just care that I'm saying this guy should not have slandered people who could make their lives problematic or who they find irritating. How dare Jason say that those people shouldn't be slandered? You see where it comes from? You see the difference now? I'm sure you all do, but for those who are new, you see the difference. And you see why they would slander me for saying this. Why would you, if you are any of these other people, and here I am saying that I would rather have this guy home with his family and productive for our people, why would you hate on me for that? If you really cared about our people, you would agree with me. That's a big point. Biospirit of the West pointing out Mark Collett and First Last. Probably so. If given the opportunity and the pressure, he probably would slander me for saying that. I mean, look at how much Mark Collett slandered me over somebody much closer to him and his organization. So surely he would slander me over this. Despicable. And there were a couple of guys, a couple of people over there that have gone to jail in that circle that I spoke out against. I said they wouldn't be in that circumstance. And then they slander and misrepresent me to get people not to watch. When I and we are the only people who are caring about them. Disgusting. How dare you not want him to go out and slander people that I find objectionable? He should be slandering everybody I find objectionable. Oh, yeah? Well, now he goes to jail. Now he can't be there for Laura's birth. Now he's like, and now when he's going to get out of jail, he's got all of these stipulations on him. Now, how dare I say he shouldn't slander people that you find objectionable? You know what? You. Disgusting. All right. One more. It's a joke. When you really need help, you call the police. And you hope it's not these police.
Happy Lesbian Month. Happy.
They're like, no, you can't film us. I'm going to shine a flashlight at you. Are you intimidated? Here they come. Oh, boy. Yeah. If I needed to be saved, that would be the crew that I would hope would show up. If there's some real violence going on, I hope it's these three. Oh, boy. Corpulent female boys. The girl in the video, she's pretty funny, but she might be misconstrued. So I didn't want to play her audio. But she's like, oh, they look strong. They look strong. Yep, these three. All right, let me take a look at the financial gifts and if there are any tags. Over here on Entropy, we got one. We got one from Dandy Westman, $20 financial gift. Let's get out the Raucous emojis for Dandy. On your feet, please. Some Raucous emojis, please. Raucous emojis for Dandy Westman. $20. Oh, my goodness. $20. 96s, crowns, Dandy Westman, $20. Financially gifting with solicitude for Western kind. God bless you, brother. Powerful use of the language. Big salutes for Dandy Westman. Let me just make sure on the dashboard, since we had a question about whether or not it is working. You know what? It might have been not working properly because we also have, I can see, $50 from the dude. Celebrate, everybody on your feet. Let's give him some raucous emojis. Let's really celebrate that champion. He was there on Sunday as well, and I missed it. It was my fault. I take full responsibility, but we'll be celebrating it this coming Sunday. The big dude bro moment, $50. He always is there for white well-being is what he writes. God bless you, champion, for whites well-being. $50 to save white people. And we also have keep those raucous emojis going. Am I reading this right? I think I am. Keep the raucous emojis going, everybody. $100 over here on Subscribe Star from the one and only Promethean Healing. God bless you. Thank you for being on NWG, Jill. Much love and many blessings to your belly. I will absolutely pass that along, brother. That is so beautiful. Poof. Big salutes. Promethean Healing. That is beautiful. Yes, many blessings upon the baby, son or daughter of the West, growing there inside. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you all. That is wonderful. Over here on Cash App, we've got $5 from the one and only First Last. And he says with those $5 for Jill. Yes, for Jill. Thank you so much for that, brother. I will send the dollars along for Jill. God bless her, huh? Wonderful. That's the kind of community we are. We are good people. We are good folks. We also have on Entropy 6 months clean of White Noir. He financially gets $10 on this Wednesday. Thank you so much. Reach Vagues with the lexicon. Dickless Hitler fans whistling. And their babies will abandon all of it, grow up to dedicate their entire life to the well-being of any non-white race. Reach Vagues with the lexicon. Amen to that. So true. Even the big celebrities in the explicit white sympathetic sphere that are soy goys, the soy goy army. Thank you to Slots. Soy goy army, the anti-Jews, even their kids turn against them all the time, over the years, all the time. So how does it work? How well does it work? Revisionist history, being anti-Jew, how well does it work? Well, about 90% of their children turn against the white race. That's how well it works. Fools. The other ones go into hiding. Let's see if this comes up this way. Oh, it did. All right. That was odd, but it is saying that it's running. Entropy, that is. So we've got a couple of comments over here that I will get to, but we have a $5 financial gift. Now I got David Allen Coe on the brain. What's the next verse? Something about the sister, first-rate whore. Dad says she can't come home anymore, and he means it. Something about mama picking the tobacco, working up and down the rows, and her hands are all bloody, and it hurts him. $5 from Land of the Fake. You have some of the best effective white positive talking points of any of these streamers. A lot of their followers and donators are fake feds, anti-whites. Anyway, nice to tune in and not have to suffer being around that, here. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. $5 over there on Odyssey from Land of the Fake. What a great home. It's actually the full name, Land of the Fake, home of the gay. Land of the Fake, home of the gay. So true. What a great testimonial that is. So fantastic. Yeah, it is. You're actually right. There are a lot of bots that pass the Turing test 100%. In fact, I heard an audio just the other day. You know, truckers, they call, I forget what it's called now, this system to get loads, to find out what loads are going from A to B, and then they want to get the load, they want to get the job so they can get paid, and then they take the load from A to B. And they called up and the guy recorded it, and he's talking, and it's totally a person on the phone with him. Until he says, "Okay, are you AI?" And the guy says, "Yes, I am. But how can I help you with this? You know, what you're asking." I couldn't believe it. There's no telling the difference. I saw another video of AI monitoring workers at a coffee shop and literally counting how much work each person was doing. But thank you so much. Yeah, there are a lot of bots that pass the Turing test. There are obviously feds as well there. There are obviously, I would guess, we've talked about Chinese, Israeli, maybe Russian, all of these different foreign entities that absolutely do not want the white race coming together in a white positive way in America. The power that we would have. And so they are also going to push things that will not, that trouble and undermine those kinds of efforts. We have 2 new followers over here on D Live, and hello to the both of you. Thank you. And Rumble, do we have any tags? I don't see any tags, but Aliens Exist is over there. Good to see you, brother. He like dominates that space. Aliens Exist dominates Premium Rumble. He said he would not trust Scott Adams as far as he could throw him. So thank you for that. Let me see how we're doing. We have Daughter of Eve. Yum. Daughter of Eve says, God bless Jill. Promethean greetings. Let's see, what else you got here? Oh, she says the cut grass. She likes the cut grass better than the bread smell. She also points out that they're lying constantly about Trump and something about a medal. And I'm not sure what that word is. Is it metal? Yeah, I think it's. Oh, no, media. The media. Well, that looks like a German word, so I don't know about. Oh, is it German for lying press? And then janitor of white noir. And it says, oh, entropy wasn't working. Well, I think it's working now. And those who financially gifted on it, maybe you couldn't see me on it, but it was, those came through. And I don't believe there are any others on entropy. House full of chickens and a yard full of hogs. Spend the summertime cutting up logs for the winter. Trying like the devil to find the Lord. Working like a for my room and board. Coal burning stove, no natural gas. If that ain't country, I'll kiss your ass. Thank you all for celebrating. Big salute to every one of you for celebrating. Cool Papa says he's not a huge guy, but he could easily overpower any female officer. Yeah. Promethean Healing says they're definitely practicing the donut part of police work. Let's see. Did I miss any tags? Whistling, not whistling, in the dedicated $10. Wishing. Wish listing. I'm refusing to put my glasses on. Hitler fans wish listing. Yes. Hitler fans wish list. That's what they do. They're wish listing. And it's so great that we've had all of you smart people and industrious, creative people come together because we can share all of this. We can make Go Free that much more powerful and thereby take it into all of these conversations and dominate, and even in some places where it must, humiliate. You can imagine, if you haven't already been able to use wish listing, how powerful that'll be when you're having a conversation. And it's not just the soy goys, the anti-Jews who wish list. The whole of the conservative movement wish lists. And when you can just box them up with something that demonstrates how adolescent and infantile it is, rather than real adult mature things that can be done, you'll have much more of an opportunity to take their hand, their soft baby hand, and bring them to something that actually is productive for our people. If we just controlled them, I sometimes I would get so mad with some of these people. And then I would like take it to the extreme. Like, if we just controlled a fleet of X-Wing fighters, there'd be nothing the government could do. We could fly through space, shoot them with lasers. All right. It's bedtime. No wish listing. Total end of wish listing. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. 60s? We got one better for you, though. How fun is it to be here at White Wellbeing Church on a Wednesday night? Be back on Sunday. Look out tomorrow for Yiz at 6 p.m. with News Fist, Empire of Lies. I'll be there. I'll try to be there. I should be there. I'll see you there. Roll out.
Some call me a good time fella. I ain't black and I ain't yellow. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no place to do my